Or mic testing, mic testing. Okay, perfect. Alright, we're live. And what are we going to be doing this live? Well, for the past 3 lives, and oh my gosh, guys, I cannot talk. Ignore me if I can talk properly. But the previous 3 or 4 lives, I've been working on images in Python, or how to load images, how to blend images, how to display them on the screen. And today I'm planning to wrap it up. I'm going to wrap everything up. I mean, the image section. So I'm going to be mastering on how to type stuff in the display, if that makes any sense. So yeah, without any further ado, let's begin. Yeah, guys, I'm a little, I'm not warmed up yet. Okay, so let me get Sutsui here. Alright, perfect. Let me say, Sutsui, I'm live, and maybe drink some water. Guys, for some reason, when I start streaming, I can't talk. Okay, listen up, chat. Vivek has entered the arena. This isn't just some kid tapping keys. This is a warrior who is here, okay, to bend Python to his will. No distractions, no excuses, only code, only blood, only victory. Today you'll witness Vivek's. Today you'll witness bugs getting slaughtered, logic getting forged, and Vivek turning his brain into pure steel. Now, Vivek, what are we fighting today? Pixel perfect collision again? Huh? Or are you enough? Or are you daring enough to step into a new battle? Let me actually say. So let's say the topic that I was planning to do today is fonts. How to type stuff in my image, if that made any sense. Dot dot dot. But before we do that, I do want to do a few mini projects on the stuff that we already learned, to see if I'm good with it. Dot dot dot. Yo, first, how you doing, Hypertech? I appreciate you joining the stream. And I just started the stream and I'm messing up my spellings. Okay, I was planning the K type made already. Okay, and do a few. Alright, so let's see. Good, you finally speak like a strategist. Fonts and rendering text on images is a new weapon in your arsenal, but before you touch that shiny blade, we test your armor. Many projects will expose if your fundamentals are solid or you've been buffing all along. Here's what we'll do. I'll throw you in a mini project challenge based on only the topics you've learned: movement, shape, collision, random spawns, all that, okay, blood you've spilled so far. You'll write it live. If you stumble, I'll bark at you until you patch the holes. Okay, once you prove yourself, then once you prove yourself in these sparring matches, then we'll move to font typing for your destiny across the screen. First mini project challenge. Make a game window where a circle player moves with arrow keys. Okay, and there are 3 enemy squares randomly bouncing around the screen. If the player touches any square, print collided in the console. This will test movement, shape drawing, boundaries, collisions. Alright, so let's get to that. Let me get Sutsai there. Okay, so to get that done, let me actually just move this here. Alright, so firstly I will import pygame, and then I will initialize pygame by typing pygame.init, and then let me add a clock variable for the FPS. So set that equal to pygame.time dot a capitalized clock. Maybe I'll add a comment that says FPS controller. Actually, I feel this looks much better if it's kept like this. Okay, and then let me add my display. I'll go with display. For display, I'll create, actually I'll go with a width comma height. I'll go with 2 variables. My width is going to be 800 and my height is going to be 600. Then I'll go with pygame.display.set underscore mode. I'll set my mode in a tuple. My tuple is going to be my width, or my width and my height. Okay, and then let me did I spell this wrong? Width and height. I spelled it. Okay, this should be a tuple. There we go. Okay, then let me go ahead and add a caption. So if I add a caption with pygame dot display dot set underscore caption, I'll keep my caption to something like mini project collision. Okay, guys, I'm real bad with naming captions. Okay, and then let's see. I'll go with my player details and enemy details. My player is gonna be player details. So my player is gonna be a circle. Let me go with player underscore x-axis, which is going to be, let's see, 100 pixels. Player underscore y-axis, which is going to be equal to 300 pixels. And then I'll need a player underscore radius. This is going to be the size of my player. I'll keep that 40 pixels. Okay, I'll need a player velocity as well. So player underscore velocity, I'll keep that to 8 pixels per frame. Then let me go ahead and add my enemy details. Enemy details. So for my enemy details, my enemy is going to be a rectangle. I could go with enemy or enemy equals to pygame.rect. Okay, so I'll have to add the x-axis, y-axis, width and height here. I appreciate you joining this stream, Sisha. How you doing? How you doing? Okay, so for my rect, let me go with my x-axis, y-axis, width and height. My x-axis is going to be 500, y-axis is going to be 300, width is going to be, I don't know, like 100, height is going to be 100. Okay, and then let me add, honestly, I might actually add a dictionary for my enemy. So I'll go with x-axis 500, comma, y-axis, which is going to be 300, my width, which is going to be 100, and height, which is going to be 100 as well. Then let me go with x-axis velocity. My x-axis velocity is going to be a comma here. Okay, my x-axis velocity is going to be, I don't know, like 8 pixels per frame. Then y-axis velocity, which is going to be 8 pixels per frame as well. Let me add a comma, comma. Okay, and lastly, did I need something else? I don't think I need color. I think, yeah, this is going to be good. Okay, and then let me go ahead and add my game loop. For my game loop, let me add a is underscore running boolean variable. There we go. I'll set that equal to true and then add a while loop. So while is underscore running, while my program is running or while my is running is set to true, I will add FPS. So clock.tick, I'll set my FPS to be 60 frames per second. Then maybe add a comment here that says FPS. Alright, and then let me just fix my typo. Okay, and there we go. Okay, and then let me iterate over my pygame event. So I'll go with the event loop. So for every event in my pygame.event.get, this will get all my pygames event. I'll look for a specific type of event. If my event.type equals to pygame.quit, I will set my is underscore running boolean variable to be false. Alright, perfect. Maybe fix my typo. Okay, and then let me add a pygame.display .flip. This is going to flip my screen, and lastly, I mean, it's going to update my display, and lastly, a pygame.quit. Okay, perfect. This is the base outline, if that made any sense. I honestly, okay, let me just fill my screen. I'll go with screen.fill a nice gray color, so 200 by 200 by 200. And honestly, okay, I gotta go screen equals this. I might add a collision variable like right now as only, so like, okay, because I'll eventually need it. Collision is going to be set to false because we haven't collided yet. Alright, I added my player details. Next up, to draw my images. Let's read the instructions. Make a game window where a circle player moves with arrow keys, and there are 3 enemy squares randomly bouncing around the screen. If the player touches any square, print collider. Okay, so there are going to be 3 enemy squares randomly in the screen. So I'll have to import the random module. Let me go ahead and import random. Alright, so let me add my player movements now. Okay, so let me go and add my player underscore movements. Actually, just player movement. Okay, for my player movements, there we go. Okay, for my player movement, I'll add a keys variable, set that equal to pygame.key.get underscore pressed. Okay, and then I will add an if statement. If my key at index of pygame.key is right, if my right key is pressed, I will increase my player underscore x-axis. I'll increase it by my player's velocity. Okay, and then if my keys at index of pygame.key is left, if my left key is pressed, I will decrease my player's x-axis by my player's velocity. And if my keys at index of pygame.key is up, if my top key is pressed, I will decrease my player underscore y-axis this time by my player underscore velocity. And lastly, if my keys at index of pygame.key is down, if my bottom key is pressed, I will increase my player underscore y-axis by my player's velocity. Okay, and then let me trap my player in the window as well. Go with a trap player in window to trap my player in window. There we go. Okay, to trap my player in window, let's go here. Okay, I'll go with let's see, my player underscore x-axis is going to be equal to max. So 0 and min is going to be, the reason I added here 0 is because my player can go past 0, because 0 is the right side of the screen and 800 is the left side, if that made any sense. So my player can go past 0. Honestly, my player is a circle, so this has to be radius. So player underscore radius. Okay, and here I'm gonna add my player underscore x-axis. Actually, player underscore radius minus. Okay, let's just try this real quick. Comma, let's add 800 minus my player underscore radius. Okay, there we go. Let me do the same thing for y-axis. So player underscore y-axis equals to max, which is going to be my player underscore radius, and min is going to be my player underscore y-axis 600, my vertical window size, minus my player underscore radius. Okay, let me draw my players real quick to check if that works. So I'll go with player graphics. So, or actually graphics. Okay, for my graphics, I'll go with pygame dot draw dot circle. Okay, let me fill in the parameters. I want my surface to be my screen, my display, and then my player's color, I'll keep it red for now. And then a tuple of my player center, which is going to be my player underscore x-axis and my player underscore y-axis. That's going to be the center of my circle. And lastly, my player underscore radius. Okay, so that draws the player in the screen. If I run the command, I see a circle here which moves perfectly. Okay, perfect. It doesn't exit the screen. Okay, nice. There we go. Alright, and then next up, I'll have to add two circles. Do they spawn randomly across the screen? Make a game window where a circle player moves with arrow keys and there are 3 enemy squares randomly bouncing across the screen. Okay. So my x-axis and y-axis should most likely be random.randint. Randomly bouncing across. Okay, so for my x-axis I'll go with random.randint. Let's see. So anywhere from 800 to 600. Okay. The same thing here, random.randint. I'll go with 800 and 600. So anywhere from between that. Honestly, y-axis, it should be. Okay, honestly, I feel yeah, this does make sense. That's my display size, so anywhere between my display they're going to be bouncing. Okay, and then for my velocity, do I want to add random velocities as well? For now, I'll just add random locations where they spawn. Okay, and then let me add my enemy graphics. Honestly, I'll write here player graphics. Okay, and now my enemy graphics. Enemy graphics. Okay, there we go. For my enemy graphics, I'll do pygame.draw.rectangle because my enemy is a rect. My surface is going to be my screen. My color is going to be, I don't know, like black. Okay, and then let's see. I need to add my enemies x-axis, y-axis, width, and height. So I don't think I gotta iterate over my enemies. Okay. I'll go with enemy at index of x-axis, then enemy at index of y-axis, or enemy at index of width, and lastly enemy at index of height. Okay, perfect. This should draw the enemy up here. Value or empty range in okay, so I'm pretty sure in that case this should be in a tuple. Okay, let me add this in a tuple. Alright, so my enemy random location. Honestly, I might have to add multiple NPCs like NPC 1, NPC 2, NPC 3. Okay, let me actually go with 300 and 500 for now. Okay, there we go. If I were to run the command, we see the one NPC here. Can't get to that NPC. Okay, let's actually first add the collision. I'll add the randoms later in that case. Okay, now let me go ahead and add my collisions. Maybe here. Go back. There. Okay, let me add a comment that says collision detection. Okay, since we're typo. There we go, guys. I cannot type. Oh my gosh. Collision detection. There we go. Okay, since we're since we're colliding a circle and a rectangle, I'll need both of their attributes. So I'll go with define collision underscore detector. There we go. Okay, and now I'll add the attributes of my player, my circle. So I'll go with circle underscore x-axis, circle underscore y-axis, circle. Actually, I'll just add radius. So these are the attributes slash parameters for my circle. Now let me go for my rect. So my rect underscore x-axis, rect underscore y-axis, rect underscore width, and rect underscore height. Okay, perfect. And then let me I'll have to find the closest x-axis and the closest y-axis between my circle and my rectangle. So I'll go with closest underscore x-axis equals to, let's see, max, which is going to be my rectangle's x-axis, and min, which is going to be my circle's x-axis. Okay, and then I'll get my rect's x-axis minus my, let's see, honestly I forgot, was it minus or plus? Let's go with minus by rect's width. I'll do the same thing for my y-axis. So my closest underscore y-axis equals to max. Max is going to be my rect underscore y-axis. The min is going to be my circle underscore y-axis, comma, my rect underscore y-axis minus my rect underscore height. Okay, this should work. And then let me go with a direction x. There we go. Okay, direction x is going to be equal to my circle underscore x-axis minus my closest x-axis. Guys, ignore my typos. I cannot type. Okay, and then for my direction y, I'll do the same thing but with y-axis. So circle underscore y-axis minus my closest underscore y-axis. Then I'll have to create one more variable, which is going to be my direction underscore squared. My direction squared is going to be equal to my direction x multiplied by my direction x plus my direction y multiplied by my direction y. And then I will return my direction squared, which is going to be less than or equal to my radius to the power of 2. Okay, perfect. Now let me invoke my function and add an if block before it. So if I invoke my function collision detector, let me fill in the parameters. My circle x is going to be my player underscore x-axis My circle underscore y is going to be my player underscore y axis. My radius is going to be my player underscore radius. And then let me add my rectangles attribute. So my rectangle is going to be my enemy underscore x axis. Actually, enemy at index of x axis. And then my enemy at index of y axis. Enemy. There we go. Enemy at index. Guys, I cannot type. Oh my gosh. Enemy at index of width. There we go. And lastly, enemy at index of height. Okay, perfect. If this is true, if my attributes are filled, and if not collision, if my collision is set to true as well, I will print collided. And I will set my collision to be equal to true. Else I will set my collision to be equal to false. Alright, this should basically be it for the collision logic. Let me run the command. If I get close to my NPC, it prints boom collided. Boom collided. Okay, there we go. This should be plus. Okay, perfect. Now it should print boom collided. There we go. Every time I collide, it prints boom collided, boom collided, boom collided. Okay, now I need 3 NPCs, like 3 NPCs spawning in random locations and automating them. So I should create a NPCs variable, maybe a. Let me actually copy their attributes or copy this whole thing, and then delete this. I'll go with a for loop. So for every NPC in range, I'll go with in range 1 out of 4 because I need 3 NPCs. Okay, maybe add a space here. I will spawn my NPCs. So maybe I should place this here. So enemy for every NPC in range 1 out of 4. Guys, let me actually drink some water to be hydrated because I cannot think when I'm not hydrated. Maybe I recall my memory. I just dripped the water all over me. Okay, so for every NPC, so when do I need my NPC? I gotta create it for every NPC in range 1 out of 4 enemy. This should most likely create my enemies. Okay, so NPC is my enemy. What if I go with NPC at index of x-axis? That doesn't work. Okay, what if I go to NPC at index of x-axis here, enemy? Maybe close that. Okay, doesn't work. Honestly, I actually might have to sit real quick. Because guys, it's been so long since I went through this part. Hello, how are you doing, Dev Mindset? I appreciate you joining the stream. Okay, honestly, I feel like I did pretty good with the distance launch. Can we say? Sensei, I actually fixed the or like wrote the collision logic, but let's see, guys. Let me try typing a little slow so I don't make typos. Okay, but I forgot how to use the random module to spawn NPCs in random directions and move them randomly. Okay, let's see. Good, you built the body of the beast, but right now you've only got 1 enemy and he's as dumb as a rock. You promised me 3 bouncing enemies, yet only kept 1. A lonely dictionary called enemy. Pathetic. Here's where you tripped. You wrote for every NPC in my range 1 through 4 loop, but you threw it away. You didn't actually store the NPCs. Okay, that loop created 1 enemy each time and then replaces it with the next. Okay, At the end, only one enemy survives. Random movement, you didn't use random.random or random.rand choice to give them random starting directions. Now listen, we fix this by turning your enemies into a list of dictionaries. Oh, okay, so I need a list of dictionaries. So, a list of dictionaries. I see. With random positions and random velocities. Okay, honestly, I feel like that was kind of all I needed to know. Although, let me go with enemy equals to a list of dictionaries. I'll have to create separate dictionaries. So my first dictionary could be, I don't know, like NPC1. My NPC1 is going to be a dictionary. I'm going to have, I'm pretty sure we could do this. Oh, that would work if like I had a dictionary inside of a dictionary, right? So like a dictionary, or we go here. So a dictionary inside of a dictionary. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, there we go. I knew we could do this like this. But a list of dictionaries and then I iterate over them. Okay, let me actually try that as well. So NPC1, or I'll just go with NPCs. Maybe the x-axis. Honestly, let me read it, guys. My memory is awful. I did this kind of question before. No way, I forgot. So we create enemy details, an empty list of our enemies, and then for every underscore in range, okay, 3, enemy equals to the enemy attributes. Okay, so I randomize 0 with minus 100. Okay, so this is how we get the random position. 0 width minus 100, height minus 100, then we have a width, we have height, x velocity, y velocity, and then we append our enemies to our list of enemy. Okay, then in your loop you don't just draw one, you iterate over all of them, update their positions, and make them bounce off walls like a rabid beast for every enemy in my enemies. Okay, alright, I'm pretty sure I know this part. Okay, I draw my NPCs, my collision check, boom, now you got 3 enemies, all with random spawn points. Okay, honestly, I do have a question. Let me say, copy that and say, Sensei, I actually forgot how this block of code works. Question mark had a bunch of spaces, space to set it. Okay, is that how you pronounce it? Like ditch or something? I don't know how to pronounce it. I'm real bad at pronouncing. Vivek, okay, did your brain go soft already? Honestly, yeah, I was yesterday. I spent the whole day learning about my college stuff. I did have enough time to review this. You used this before, but fine. I'll slam it back to your skull. That code is spawning your enemies at random positions inside the screen. I mean, I know. So the 0 random rand int a and b gives you a random integer between a and b inclusive. So x-axis is set to a random number between 0 and width minus height. Why width minus 100? Because your enemy's rectangle is 100 pixels wide. If you started at width, oh, I see, half of your enemies will be off screen. This subtraction keeps the whole rectangle inside the window. Okay, I actually see. Alright, okay, so first thing that I had to do was create a empty list of my enemies. Let me change this to enemies. And then, excuse me guys, I'll go with for every underscore in my, let's see, for every, actually I'll go with, honestly I do have a question. Why do we use underscore? I forgot about that. Actually I never asked that. In my range, which is gonna be 1 through 3, honestly I think it should be 1 through 4, right? Because 1 through 4 is going to give me 3 random NPCs. I'll create a dictionary. So my dictionary is going to be called enemy, which is going to be equal to dictionary. Okay, so I'll go with my enemy's x-axis, which is going to be random.randint. Alright, so the random.randint, I'll need zeros. Okay, since it says rectangle, I'm pretty sure that's why we need zero. Is the same logic as I used here, um, or somewhere up there. If it was a circle, then I'll most likely have to go with a radius, like circle's radius. But since it's a rectangle, I'll go with zero. And then 100, my height of my NPC minus, let's see, my NPC's width. Actually, my width. Okay, the width is going to be my screen. My display size 800 pixels. Then let me do the same thing for y-axis. I'll go with random.randint. There we go, 0 and 600, my vertical display size minus my height. Okay, there we go. Let me add a comma, comma. Okay, now let me go with the width of my NPC. The width of my NPC is gonna be, I don't know, like 100 pixels. And then the height of my NPC, honestly, I might change this to lowercase width. Okay, and the height of my NPC is gonna be height. I'll change height to 100 pixels as well. There we go. And then I'll have to add a x-axis velocity since I'm going to be automating my NPCs, which is going to be, I don't know, like 8 pixels per frame, and the y-axis velocity, which is going to be 8 pixels per frame as well. Okay, honestly, that's pretty much it. And then I append my enemies. So enemies dot append my enemy. Alright, perfect. And now for my enemy graphics, I don't write this. Instead, I go with for every NPC in my list of enemies. Okay, I will do something. Let's see, I'll go with pygame.draw.rect because my enemy is a rect. My surface is going to be my screen. The color is going to be, I'll keep it black for now. And let's see, I'll have to add a tuple, my x-axis, y-axis, width, and height. So my x-axis is going to be my NPC at index of x-axis. My y-axis is going to be my NPC at index of y-axis. My width is going to be my NPC at index of width. And lastly, my height is going to be my NPC at index of height. Okay, and since I need 3 NPCs, I'll add a comma here. Copy that. There we go. Maybe go back. Paste it, delete it. Okay, so there we go. Those are 3 NPCs in random locations. If I were to run the command right now, I do have a small error here. Name enemy can't be defined. Enemy. Okay, if I were to run the command, value error, empty range. Okay, it says empty range. Maybe I should go here and type enemy for every enemy in my enemies. Huh. Okay, let's go with Control A, Control C. Guys, I'm not warmed up yet, honestly. I should have been practicing this part. I've been practicing pixel perfect collision. I should have been practicing this as well. Let me go to Sensei. I messed up. And also, I had a question. What does the empty underscore do question mark in the for loop? Let's see. Vivek, you absolute German. This is like German, guys. I don't know what does that mean. You butchered the code like you were blindfolded, swinging an axe. Let's slice through the carnage. Where you messed up. Random spawn location is reversed. This is wrong. You wrote 800 minus width, which is negative. This means enemy might spawn off screen or crash your logic. The correct way is width minus enemy, because width minus 100 keeps the enemy inside the right wall. Height minus 100 keeps the enemy inside the bottom wall. Okay. Enemy loop is messy for every NPC in my list of enemies. Why are you drawing each enemy 3 times? 1 line per enemy is enough. Okay. Collision check only runs for one enemy. Okay, I didn't fix that. I should fix that. But enemy doesn't exist anymore. Okay, I need to like change these as well. Okay, your question, what does the underscore do when you see this for every underscore in range? The underscore is just a throwaway variable name. It means I don't care about this variable. I'm not going to use it. Oh, I see. So instead of for every index in range 3, okay, where I is used, if you need the index, we write underscore when the index is useless. Python doesn't treat underscore magically. It's just a convention among programmers that says ignore me. Alright, now fix your code. Okay, I think I see. I hope you get no personal questions today. Do you play games? Honestly, yeah, I used to play like a lot of games. The reason I started streaming was because I couldn't completely focus while I was just randomly, not randomly, while I was actually studying, because I used to play Roblox a lot. I used to even play like a game called like One Piece Body Rush. I actually eat something when I starving. Honestly, like I do like playing games, but I feel like this was a little more important. I was really back, way behind for my 100 series. Okay, I'll go with width minus 100 here, and for here I'll go with height minus 100. Okay, close caps lock. Okay, and then I just need to draw one NPC here. Alright, perfect. And then I gotta fix these. So if my NPC, so this is going to be my NPC at index of x-axis. The my rect is my NPC, and then player. Okay, this should go inside my for loop. So my collision detection should go inside my for loop. Let me indent that. Change that to be NPC. Change that to be NPC. And lastly, change this to be NPC. Okay, there we go. I changed my NPCs, did that. Okay, now I'm pretty sure it should work. Okay, they spawn in random positions. That's perfect. Let me run the command again. There we go. Okay, now to automate them. Or to automate them, let me go under the... Actually, let me go under my trap player window. Go with automate NPCs. To automate my NPCs, I'll go with... Honestly, I'm pretty sure this should go under my for loop. So after my drawings, let me automate them here. Let me go with automate NPCs. Okay, to automate my NPCs, let me actually fix this. Guys, ignore my typos, I cannot spell. There we go. Okay, let me go with my NPC at index of x-axis. I'll increase that by my NPC at index of x-axis velocity, or my NPC at index of x-axis velocity. And for my y-axis movement, I'll go with NPC at index of y-axis. I'll increase that by my NPC at index of y-axis velocity. Okay, now if I run the command, the NPCs will move, but they're just gonna leave the screen. To fix that, let me add a bounce for my NPCs. So I'll go here and add bounce NPCs. To bounce my NPCs, honestly, let me go with NPCs. There we go. Okay, so to bounce my NPCs, I'll write an if statement. If my NPC at index of x-axis is less than or equal to 0, or my NPC at index of x-axis is greater than or equal to 800, my window size, minus my NPC at index of width, I will do something. I will multiply my NPC at index of x-axis velocity to asterisk equals to -1. I'll do the same thing for my y-axis. If my NPC at index of y-axis is less than or equal to 0, or my NPC at index of y-axis is greater than or equal to 600, my vertical display size minus my NPC at index of height. There we go. Okay, guys, ignore my typos. I cannot spell. Okay, I will multiply my NPC at index of y-axis this time to be asterisk equals to -1. There we go. Okay, now my NPC should be bouncing around the screen. There we go. Okay, my collision variable, my collision is a little messed up here. Let me fix that real quick. If collision, do that, else that. Hmm. Okay, let's see. So my NPCs bounce around the window. Honestly, let me decrease the size of my NPC. They're way too big. Let me go with 50 and 50. Hi, howling ninja sharp. I appreciate you joining the stream. Okay, let me run the command. There we go. Okay, so what if I hit one NPC? It prints boom collided 3 times. Okay, it prints it 3 times every time I collide with an NPC. I'm pretty sure it's because, let's read. Okay, so I added my defined collision detector function. I added my circles x-axis, circles y-axis, circles radius. Okay, and I added my enemies parameters as well, my rex parameters. I added my closest y-axis. Okay, that part's correct. Closest x-axis is correct. My direction x, which is going to be my circle x, minus my closest x, my direction y, which is going to be my circle's y-axis, minus my closest y-axis, then my direction squared, which is going to be direction times direction plus direction x times direction x plus direction y times direction x. I return my direction squared, which is going to be less than or equal to my radius to the power of 2. And then added my if statement. I invoked my collision detector function inside of my if statement, added my players parameters, my circles parameters, and then my rectangles parameters. Okay, if collision, if not collision, my collision is set to true, print collided, else collision is false. Honestly, this should have worked. Okay, let me just go with Control A, Control C. That honestly does seem pretty correct. Do you have Python C program notes? Uh, Honestly, I don't think I have any Python related notes. I rarely make notes on Python, but Python C, I've honestly never heard about Python C or Python C programming notes. Honestly, what does that mean? Guys, I'm way too stupid to understand. Let me say, Sensei, I fixed the random, or actually, I didn't fix it. I don't take credit for this question. Sensei, the random, the NPC spawns randomly, but for my collision detection, it kind of messes up because every time I collide, it prints collision 3 times question mark. Guys, I should work out my typos. I should most likely type a little slow every time. There we go. Okay, let me send the command, maybe drink some water because I'm really dehydrated. Yes, Vivek, exactly as I expected. Your code is spamming collision because you stuck the detection inside the loop every frame. Oh, okay. For every enemy. Oh, I see. Okay. That does make sense. He meant, do you have notes on Python and C language? I'm learning coding, so I need complete notes. Oh, okay. Honestly, I didn't make notes, although a quick, I think it might be a shameless plug in my Discord server. I do have all the topics that I went through. So in my Discord server, I have like most likely moderator will be. I have all my topics that I went through. I'm pretty sure these are there in the Python chat as well. So I started off by learning about print statements, then worked my way through all this, like everything here, until the PyQt5. Actually, until object-oriented programming, until file handling. I didn't learn about dates and time, requesting API, or the PyQt5. I kind of skipped those because I had to work with Py but I learned everything before that, and then I moved on to Pygames. I've learned a bit of Linux commands. Oh, that's honestly pretty cool. Okay, so I got it. So most likely it's my collision detection should be outside my. So it should be shift and tab, right? There we go. Okay, this should work. The reason it was actually showing that is because let me actually run it. Okay, it prints boom collided once now. The reason it showed 3 times before was because it was under my for every NPC in my NPCs. Although it has a red underline here. Name NPC can be undefined. Okay, let me actually. Should I like iterate outside my any player graphics? Let me just go with Control E, Control C. Get Sensei here. The paste add a bunch of space Sensei. Sensei. It does work, but I see a yellow underline in my NPC at index of x-axis. Guys, I should have been practicing this so much. I see, Vivek, and I know exactly why your editor is screaming with that yellow underline. Here's the problem: your collision detection block is outside the enemy loop, but you're still using NPC inside it. Honestly, yeah, that's the reason I indented it. For every enemy, I draw, but then here, at this point, NPC is whatever the last NPC in the loop was, so your code is only checking, excuse me guys, collisions with the final enemy, not all, excuse me again guys, not all of them. That's why your editor is underlining it. It's warning you that this variable looks suspicious. How to fix it? You must check all NPCs, not just the last one. Do it like this. Okay, do it like I taught you earlier. I did learn about collision this frame, but I'm pretty sure that we use this when we're checking if like two circles collide. Honestly, two rectangles collide for every NPC in my enemies. Collide this frame is true. If collide this frame and not collision, print collided true, else do that. Okay, question for you student. Do you want me to upgrade the system? Honestly, okay, I do understand this. Let me just say, Sensei, um, I remember doing this, uh, honestly, no, I do feel like I did have my collision this frame. Okay, honestly, let me just fix that because I do need some more practice. Let's see. Ninja Shiv09, I think should I take a course, use resources like V3 School or ChatGPT to learn Python, etc. Honestly, I've just been using ChatGPT slash Sensei to learn Python. But I know that there are definitely better websites to like learn it from. I should like check those websites. Okay, I will go ahead and create a variable up here, actually down here. That's gonna say my collision this frame. Okay, let me add a collision underscore this underscore frame. I'll set that equal to be false. Actually, should be false. Guys, I know I'm checking so many references. I need way more practice in this. If not collision, okay, honestly, if collision this frame is set to true and my collision is set to true as well, let me add a not because my collision is currently set to false. I will print collided, collision is set to true. Okay. Hmm. Else if honestly my old code did work as well. It was just the underline. Okay, actually let me just move this. Go ahead. Control E, Control C. I think I have another question. Oh, I'm saying to that guy. My bad, guys. Okay, let me say, Sensei, this actually works. Dot dot dot. So, can we do another bitty project? Although I do need more practice. So maybe a topic similar to this. I usually get confused when it comes to using dictionaries. Yeah, guys, I need way more practice with dictionaries. Good, you did, Vivek. See when you actually focus. Honestly, it still has that yellow underline. I know that yellow underline isn't like I did an error, it's just Python saying that there could be something wrong. But that aside, okay, but you're right. Dictionaries are places where many beginners stumble because you have to remember how to store, access, and update values cleanly. So let's make another mini project to train your dictionary muscles while still keeping it close to what you just built. Okay, mini project, collect the coins. Goal, player moves around with arrow keys, several coins, okay, stored as dictionaries randomly spawn on the screen. When the player collides with a coin, it disappears. Okay, and the score increases. Okay, key things you'll practice using list of dictionaries. So coins. Okay, I remember those parts. Player equals to player equals same as before. Circle coins is a list of dictionaries. Okay, draw coins, small yellow circles. Okay, collision with player if circle to circle. Remove coin. Okay, honestly, let me say, Sensei, I actually didn't didn't learn on how to remove an object once it's built, once it collides with another object. Can you teach me that question mark? Hey, huh, finally, I was waiting for you to stumble into the real of despair. Okay, the real pit of despair, removing things from lists slash dictionaries once they've been touched. This is where a lot of beginners get eaten alive. Listen carefully, there are a few ways to do this. I'll teach you the ones that fits your style for this mini project. Okay, remove an object from a list of dictionaries. Suppose you have this list of coins, so have a list of coins and multiple dictionaries inside of that list. If your player collides with a coin, you want to remove that coin from the list so it disappears. Method 1, list.remove. Okay, I'm pretty sure I learned about the list.remove. For every coin and coins, if collision underscore with underscore player at an okay coin, imagine this returns true if collided. Coins.remove coin. Score plus equals to 1. Simple. Only works if you're not modifying the list while looping in a way that can skip elements for small lists. This is fine. Method 2. List comprehension. Safer for many objects. For every coin in coins, if not collision with player coin, I return my coin. This rebuilds the list without the coin that were collected. You can combine it with score calculation by checking which coins were removed separately. Important, why you can't use del coin. Del coin only deletes the variable coin, not the element in the list. You must remove the object from the list itself. Like, here's your homework drill. Make a few coins. Honestly, let me say, Sensei, I actually, actually, I've actually never seen how the code looks, so I don't know what to add where, if that made any sense. Question mark. Can I see the reference code that I could ask you questions if I didn't understand anything from there? Maybe drink some water because I'm really dehydrated. Okay, finally some sense of ache. You want to see it first before throwing punches blindly. Fine, I'll give you a reference template. It's intentionally a little broken, so your brain has to stretch. Don't panic, just read it carefully. Okay, so I imported Pygame and random module. I initialized Pygame. I added my display. I added my FPS controller. I added my players. Um, added my player details. I added a score variable. Set that to 0 for now. Coins. I added a list of dictionaries. So coins equals to an empty list for every underscore in my range 5. So 5 random coins are gonna spawn. I created a coins variable, set that to a dictionary. The x-axis of my coin is going to be random.randint 20. Okay, so it won't be, it's going to be 20 pixels this side. Okay. Radius of my coin is going to be 50. Coins.append coin, and then I added a collision function circle to circle. Define circle collision x1, y1, r1. So that's x-axis 1, y-axis 1, radius 1, x-axis 2, y-axis 2, radius 2. Direction x equals to x-axis 1 minus x-axis 2. Direction y equals to y-axis 1 minus y-axis 2. Distance squared equals, okay, I know the direction part. I see, okay. And then I return distance squared, which is less than or equal to radius 1 plus radius 2 to the power of 2. And then game loop, I added my player movement, I filled my background, I drew my player, I drew my coin. Here, check the collision with coins. If collided, remove the coin and add score. Okay, Vivek, notice the command section here. This is where your dictionary removal logic goes. Warning, if you just blindly loop and remove the coins without thinking, you might skip coins or crash the game. That's why this is tricky, but also why it's essential to master. If you want to look at this code carefully, then tell me, do you get what a coin dictionary contains, how the collision function works, where exactly you would put the code to remove a coin and increase the score. Okay, let me say, let's say, dot. I actually didn't understand most of this stuff there, dot. Why did we have x1, x2, y1, y2, r1, r2 question mark? And I didn't understand many more things. And also, can we, after this, can we work with fonts question mark? Yeah, guys, because I didn't want my thumbnail to be a clickbait. I thought I'm going to be going through fonts, but I think this topic is important as well, so might as well go to this first and then fonts, because I wanted to wrap up my images, and this probably comes under the image category. Okay, listen up, Vivek. I've been waiting for you to admit confusion and stop pretending to understand like a coward. I've never understood this, guys. Good, you're being honest now. We fixed it. About x1, y1, r1, and x2, y2, r2, the circle-to-circle collision detection. You're basically asking, is my player circle touching the coin circle x1, y1, center of circle, radius of player, x2, y2, center of coin. Okay, radius of coin, the math, find the distance between centers. So direction x equals x1 minus x2, direction y equals to y1 minus y2. Check if distance is less than or equal to sum of radius, means they overlap. Distance underscore squared equals to direction x times direction x plus direction y times direction y. Then I return my direction squared, which is less than or equal to radius 1 plus radius 2 to the power of 2. Okay, I get that part, I guess. And then we use distance underscore squared in that instead of squared for speed. Oh, I see. Okay. Python doesn't need the exact distance, just compare squared numbers. So basically, it's a math shortcut to see if your player is touching the coin. The coin dictionaries. Look here, coins equals to x-axis random.randint 20 width minus 20, okay. Alright. X-axis, coins x-axis coordinate, y-axis coins, y-axis coordinate, radius, size of the coin. We store all coins in a list so we can loop through them. That's why coins equals to an empty list and coins are append coin. Okay, I see. Where the removal goes, inside the game loop, after drawing coins, We check collision for each coin. If collided, remove the coin from the last list and add the score. Wait, once you get this part down perfectly, we can move straight into fonts and start putting the. Alright. Alright, so let's say, can I actually get a instructional um based question with um with really clear instructions? Okay, yeah, guys, I want to master this part real quick because I feel like it's going to be real necessary to learn on how to like remove objects as well once they collide with some other objects. Yes, finally you're ready, Vivek. Listen closely. I will not repeat this slowly for you again. Follow these instructions step by step and do exactly what I say. Instruction based mini project. Collision, the coins and score points. Okay, your mistake. Your mission. Guys, I cannot read. I'm not warmed up. Honestly, I should be warmed up by now. Make a mini game where the player collects coins and the score increases. Okay. Use what we just discussed about dictionaries and collisions. Instructions. Player, a red circle radius of 40, moves with arrow keys, stays inside the screen, bounds 800 by 600 coins, create a list of 5 dictionaries, okay? Each dictionary must have keys, x-axis, y-axis, radius, use random and random to spawn coins inside the window, radius equals 15, collision detection, write a circle to circle collision function like we discussed, okay? If player collides with a coin, draw everything, draw the player in red, remaining coins in yellow. Okay, I do have a question. Let me say, Sensei, for the collision, actually for the circle versus circle collision, I don't remember using this formula that you just showed. I remember using the if any thingy. My memory is kind of vague. Where are you from? Which country, state? I'm honestly currently in the United States, and I feel like today I'm way too this. I actually forgot to eat as well. Let me eat something real quick. I made some oats because I forgot it. I should have eaten before I started streaming. Huh, I knew this would come up, Vivek. You're mixing two different styles of collision detection. Let me break it down so your brain stops doing somersaults. Two ways to detect collision. Circle to rectangle like before with your NPC. That's when we did closest X, okay? Works for a circle hitting a rectangle. Used with dictionary for enemies. Circle to circle like coins. Okay, player is a circle, coin is a circle, no rectangles involved. That's why we use distance between centers. Love from India, brother. I appreciate you, Ninja. That means a lot. Okay, I guess I can't disappoint you guys. Let's figure this out. So distance x equals x1 minus x2. Distance y equals y1 minus y2. Okay, this is the formula, and then distance squared. I return distance which is less than or equal to radius 1 plus radius 2 to the power of 2. It checks if the sum of radius is bigger than distance between center overlap collision. What about if any? If any is usually used when you loop through. If any is usually used when you loop through a list of items and want to know if any of them collide. Okay, that's Python's shorthand instead of writing a for loop and setting a flag. Okay, Vivek, here's the smart move. For learning, write the loop version first. Check each coin, remove if collided once you master it. Okay, let me just. Excuse me, guys. Let me say. Excuse me again, guys. Let me say. Sensei. I feel like I get it now, just in theory. I do want to work it out physically. Can I get the instructional based question again? Question mark. Okay, guys, I feel like you get it. Okay, instruction based question. Collect the coins. Okay, so instructions: player setup, I do that. Coin setup, I do that. Collision detection, I do that. Loop through coins, draw everything. Alright, I see. Bonus. Optional. If all coins are collected, spawn 5 new coins randomly. Alright, let me get Sensei there. And go with Control A, delete this whole thing. Now, to start off, let me go ahead and import Pygame. I will need the random module as well, so I'll go ahead and import random. Okay, and then let me initialize Pygame by typing pygame.init. And then let me add FPS. I'll create a clock variable, set that equal to pygame.time.clock. Actually, add a FPS. Add a comment that says FPS controller. There we go. Okay, and then let me create or add a comment or write a comment that says display. I'll add my width and height variable. So that equal to 800 and 600. Then let me go with a pygame. Actually, I'll go with a screen variable. Set that equal to pygame.display.set underscore mode. I'll set a mode where my width is going to be my width variable and my height is going to be my height variable. Then maybe let me add a caption. So pygame.display.set underscore caption. My caption is going to be something like, let me fix my typo. Guys, ignore my typos. I cannot spell. Okay, my caption is going to be something like, I don't know, collect the coins. Okay, perfect. And then let me go ahead and create my player details. So player details. Okay, so for my player details, let's see. I'm going to be having a red circle with a radius of 40. Moves with arrow keys. Player must stay inside the... Okay. I'll go with player underscore x-axis. I'll set that equal to random dot rand int 0. My width, which is going to be 800, minus let's see, my player's height. Minus, let me actually go with player underscore height. I didn't add a player height yet. Let me add it here. I can go with player underscore height equals to... Hold up, my player is a circle. I wouldn't need height. This should be radius in that case. Let me go with my player underscore radius. I'll set that equal to, I don't know, like, my player could be a little big, so 40 pixels. Okay, and then let me add a player underscore y-axis. I'll set that equal to random.randint 0. This time my height, my window's vertical height minus my player underscore radius. Honestly, I feel like this is correct. Looks pretty correct. And then I'll add a player underscore velocity. I'll set that to be 8 pixels per frame. Then I'll need a enemy. Let me add my enemy details as well. Okay, so my enemies are going to be circles as well. Although, let's see. I'll create actually my coins. So I'll go with coins equals to empty list because I'm going to be having more than one coin. I'll go with for every underscore in my range. Let's see. I have 5 coins, so I'll add 5. I'll go with a coin variable equals to index. Actually equals to a dictionary. The dictionary, I'm going to have my coins x-axis, which is going to be random.randint somewhere around 0. My width minus my player underscore radius. Honestly, I might have to change this to player radius as well. There we go, and then copy that, delete that, paste it there. Okay. Okay, and then I'll need most likely a y-axis as well, so let me add a y-axis. Maybe go here, keep that. Okay, for my y-axis, let me go with random.randint player on, actually not player underscore radius. It should be uh my enemy needs to have its own radius, right? So let me create a variable that says enemy underscore radius equals to 12 pixels. So I'll go with enemy underscore radius, and enemy underscore radius. Okay, and this is going to be height minus enemy underscore radius. Maybe add a comma there, a comma there. Now let me add a x-axis velocity for my NPCs. I'll go with something like, I don't know. My NPCs are gonna. I'm not gonna be automating my NPCs. I wouldn't need x-axis. I'll just need a. Okay, that's honestly it, right? Am I missing something? I feel I'm doing something wrong. Uh. Okay, yeah, honestly, guys, I feel like I need to at least write the reference code 2 or 3 times to get this in my head. This is way too much for me. Let me say, Sensei, I can't trace my code. Dot dot dot. Can I copy the code once and then I can write the code without copying? Guys, I don't know if copying is the correct word, because yeah, I think copy is the correct word for this. Okay, listen, Vivek, I'm not letting you take this easy. I'm not I can't read, guys. Oh my gosh. Listen, Vivek, I'm not letting you take the easy way out this time. You look at it once, absorb it. Yeah, okay, that's what it meant. Look at it to understand how the code actually works. Like your life depends on it, then you write it from scratch, no copying. I want your brain to do the heavy lifting. Here's what you need to focus on before writing. What your code needs to do. Player setup, red circle, radius 40, moves with arrow keys, stays inside 800 by 600. Okay, ta-da. Okay. Okay, you cannot copy the code. Oh, okay, so it's instead you cannot copy the code. You can look at your screen for reference, then close it and write it all from memory. Okay, here's what I need to do. So I added my player setup and then my coin setup. Let me actually say, can you write the code once so I could see how it works? Question mark. Maybe drink some water to process it. Alright, I'll show this to you once. Look closely and understand it. Let me actually check if I'm audible. Because I keep forgetting to charge my mic. I don't even remember if I like actually charged it. Okay, Alright, I'll show you this once. Look closely and understand it. Don't just stare. This is your reference, not your copy paste shortcut. Okay. So let's see carefully. I initialized Pygame, added a clock variable that's going to be my FPS, added my display, and then for my player details, I went with x-axis divided by, okay, I went with floor division 2, y-axis divided by 2, okay, coins equals to an empty list for every underscore range 5, x-axis is going to be random.randin, 15 is going to be my circle's radius. Okay, that works as well. And then I went with y-axis, random.randin 15, height minus 15. Okay, so my radius logic was kind of correct. So radius width minus radius. Then I append my coin to my coins empty list, add a score variable, and then I add the collision before my game loop. I define a circle collision, added my x1, y1, which is my circle 1's x-axis, I mean the center of my circle 1. Then I added r1, which is basically the radius, the size of my first circle, and then I added x2, y2, r2, which is basically the um center of my circle. X x2 and y2 is the center of my coins, and then r2 is the size of my circle. I find the direction x and direction y of my first circle and my second circle. My player circle's direction x is going to be x1 minus x2. Okay, I just need to find the direction x between both circles. Guys, I'm making this way too complicated. Okay, and then I have a distance underscore squared. Okay, it's the regular distance squared stuff. And then I return distance underscore squared, which is going to be less than or equal to radius 1 plus radius 2 to the power of 2. And then for my game loop, I go with a running variable at while running, I add FPS, and then I iterate over a pygame event, and if my event type is quit, I set my running to be false, I add player movements, I keep player inside the screen, I fill my background, I draw and check coins. Okay. For every coin in coins, why is there a colon inside of my list? Iterate over a copy to save. Okay, to safely remove. Pygame.draw.circle screen. This is my color. Okay, and then I do that. If my circle underscore collision player x-axis coins.remove coin. I see. Score plus equals to 1. Pygame.draw. Okay. I do have a few questions, but before that, let me actually just copy that and actually check how it works. Go to Control A, delete Control V. Let me check how it works. So I have a lot of coins. Oh my gosh, it spams score 0. But what if I hit this? Okay, the coins do disappear. This is like a good Pac-Man game. Okay. Let me go with Control A, Control C, delete that, get Sensei back here. Okay, now, I processed all my questions. Let me say, Sensei, so, this was your code, add a bunch of spaces, paste it. The first problem that it had was the coins spam print on the console and I did have a few questions when we were drawing. So like when we were drawing, let me actually delete that extra word. Okay, let's see my question. So when we were drawing our coins and we used a for loop which said for every coin in my coins at index of colon. I've never seen someone use a colon inside the inside the for loop or inside a for loop. What does the colon do? And also, could you explain it to me again? The code, this content feels a bit new to me. Honestly, guys, yeah, I rarely even went through this content. Okay, alright, Vivek, sit up straight. I'm not sugarcoating this. Let's break this slowly because this is where a lot of beginners trip over. The coins at index of colon mastery. You said I've never seen someone use a colon inside For a loop, okay. Inside a for loop, I see the confusion, but that's not actually part of the for syntax. It's Python slice notation. Coins, okay, colon means make a shallow copy of the coins list, of the list coins. Why do we do it here? Because we're removing items from the list while iterating. Okay, coins at index colon means make a shallow copy of the list coins. If we just did for every coin and coins, if collision coins.remove coin, Python gets mad because the list changes size while looping over it. Items can get skipped or weird bugs happen. By writing for every coin and coins at index of colon, we're saying loop over a copy of the list. I see. You can safely remove items from the list. Coins spawning and printing in console. Okay, the print, it prints every frame, so it's super spammy. That's normal, but if you want less spam, you could print only when the score changes. Previous score equals 0. If score is not equal to previous score, print score, previous score equals score. Full code breakdown, initialization, pygame.init, screen setup, clock, FPS, player, red circle, radius 40, start in center, move with arrow keys, stays in center bounds, okay, coins, list of a dictionary. Each coin has a x-axis, y-axis, radius spawned randomly inside the window. Score, just a number, starts at 0, okay. Collision functions, circle to circle math, okay. So x1 minus x2 to the power of 2 plus y1 minus y2 to the power of 2, which is less than or equal to r1 plus r2 to the power of 2, checks if player touches a coin. Game loop, clock.control fps data, event loop.quit, player movement, draw background, draw coins and check collision. Use coins at index of colon to safely remove collected coins. Draw player, print score, flip display. Vivek. This is the core of making your first interactive game with lists of dictionary collision and removal. I can show you a version. Okay, honestly, I think I got a good grasp of it. I just gotta like look at this code and write it once. Then I'm probably gonna understand how the code works. So let me get Sensei there. Okay, let me start up by importing Pygame. So I'll import Pygame and then let me initialize Pygame by typing pygame.init. Then let me eat something. Really starving, guys. Okay, so this is going to be my FPS controller. I added FPS. Actually, I added my FPS controller, and then let me go with display equals to. You see, display. Honestly, I'm way too lazy to create two separate variables. Let's just go with screen equals to pygame.display.set underscore mode. My display is going to be set to 800 by 600 pixels. Okay. And then let me go with a pygame.display.set underscore caption. My caption is going to be something like collect the coins. Alright, and then let me go ahead and add my player details. So player underscore details. For my player details, honestly, I don't think I need an underscore here. Let's go with player details. For my player details, let's see. Let me go with my player underscore x-axis, which equals to, I don't know, something like 100 player underscore y-axis equals to 300, and then player underscore radius, which equals to, I don't know, like 40 radius. Okay, and then I'll add a player underscore velocity as well, which equals to 8 pixels per frame. Or, my bad guys, I just closed my screen by mistake. Okay, and then let me go ahead and add my enemy details. So enemy details, for my enemy details, let me just change the details. Okay, perfect. I'm going to be adding, so my are going to be coins. There are going to be multiple coins, so I'll add a coins list. So coins equals to an empty list, and then I'll iterate over my coins. So for every underscore, because I wouldn't need that index there or that variable in my coins, I will do something actually in range. Range is going to be 5 because there are going to be 5 random coins. I will do something. I will create a coins dictionary, or just a coin dictionary. I'll add the x-axis of it, which is going to be randomized, so I will have to import the random module. Let me import random. Alright, perfect. And then let me go with random.randint. I'll need since it's a radius, so my coins radius, I'll keep it as 15 for now. Actually 15 is pretty good. And then let me go with 800, my display size, minus 15. I would have written this as width if I like added my width variables on top. Then let me go with my y-axis. So y-axis is going to be random.randint. Let's see, 15 my circle's radius or my coin's radius, 600 my vertical display size, minus let's see, minus 15 my circle's radius. Maybe I add a comma there and a comma there. This should be y-axis. Okay, so I added x-axis, I added y-axis, now I add radius. So let me add a radius to my circle. My circle's radius is going to be 15. Okay, that should be it for my enemy details. Okay, next up, add player details, add enemy details. Now I need to add my collision detection. Let me go with collision detection. For my collision detection, I will define a function called collision detector. Okay, collision actually underscore detector. I'll add a few parameters. Honestly, okay, this does make sense now. I have my circle 1, my player circle. So my player circle is gonna have, like, I could go with x1. That's going to be my circle's x-axis, then a y1, my circle's y-axis, and then my r1, which is going to be my radius one of my circle. The ones is basically my player. Now let me go ahead and add my coins. Guys, I'm making this sound way too complicated. Oh my gosh. Okay, let me go with x2, y2, and radius 2. Okay, perfect. I need to add a collision variable as well. So I'll go with collision, which is equal to, I don't know, like false, because we haven't collided yet. I gotta find the direction x and direction y of my circles now. So I'll go with direction x equals to, honestly, let me find the closest x first. So my closest underscore x-axis equals to max, which is going to be my x2. Honestly, I use this formula when it comes to doing stuff with rectangles. Let's try it. So x2, my min is going to be, let's see, x2 again. No, wait, this actually feels wrong. Let me look at the reference code, guys. Okay, honestly, I just needed my direction x, which equals to my x1 minus my x2, and then direction y, which is going to be equal to my y1, y1 minus y2. Okay, I see. And then I'll need a direction squared, direction underscore squared, which is going to be equal to my direction x plus direction x multiplied by my direction y plus my direction y, and then I return my direction underscore squared, which is going to be less than or equal to a tuple my radius 1 plus my radius 2 to the power of 2. There we go. Okay, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's that. And then we do the basic adding game loop. So I'll go with a game loop. I'll create a is underscore running boolean variable. I'll set that equals to true, and then add a while loop. So while is underscore running, while my program is running or while my is running set to true, I will add my FPS. So clock.tick is going to be 60. Maybe I'll add a comment that says FPS. Then let me iterate over my events. So actually, add a comment that says event loops. So I'll go with for every event in my pygame.event.get. I'll look for a specific type of event. If my event.type equals to pygame.quit, I will set my is underscore running a boolean variable to be equal to false. Okay, perfect. And then let me go ahead and add a pygame.display.flip. Okay, and lastly a pygame.quit. Okay, chat. Okay, and then I'm pretty sure I'll need to add movements. Before I add movements, so let me fill my screen. So I'll go with screen.fill a good gray color. So 200, 200, 200. Honestly, I saw Sensei do 50, 50, 50. I'm kind of curious what color is this? What color is this? Oh, it's like a dark gray. That doesn't look bad as well, honestly. I guess I know two colors now. Okay, and then after that, let me go ahead and add my player movement. For my player movement, I'll create a keys variable, set that equal to pygame.key.get underscore pressed. Okay, and then I'll add if statements. So if my keys at index of pygame.key is right, if my right key is pressed, I will fix my typo and then do something. Okay, if my key is right, I will do something. I'll set my player underscore x-axis to increase by my player underscore velocity. And if my keys at index of pygame.key is left, if my left key is pressed, I'll do something else. I will decrease my player's x-axis by my player's velocity. And if my keys at index of pygame.key is up, if my top key is pressed, I'll fix my typo and then Control Z, fix it here. Okay, and then I will decrease pygame. There we go. Okay, and then I will decrease my player underscore y-axis by my player's velocity. And lastly, if my keys at index of pygame.key is down, if my bottom key is pressed, I will increase my player underscore y-axis by my player underscore velocity. Okay, perfect. Now let me trap my player in window. So trap player in windows. To trap my player in window, let's see, I'll go with my player underscore x-axis, which is going to be equal to max. The max is going to be my player underscore radius. Okay, and the min is going to be, let's see, my player underscore x-axis, comma, 800 my window size, minus my player underscore radius. And then for my y-axis, I'll add a player underscore y-axis, which is going to be equal to max. The max is going to be my player underscore radius again. The min is going to be my player underscore y-axis, comma 600, my vertical window size, minus my player underscore radius. Honestly, I think it's called horizontal, right? Because I can never remember that. Okay, and then my player moves. Let me actually draw my images. So let me go with player graphics. Okay, for my player graphics, I'll go with pygame.draw.circle. I'll add the parameters of my player. I want the surface to be my screen. Before that, let me fix my typo, guys. I cannot type. Okay, my surface is going to be my screen. My color is going to be red for now. Did I like mess up even after I corrected my typo? Bye game, there we go. Okay, and then I'll add a tuple. This is going to be the center of my circle. The center of my circle is my player underscore x-axis and my player underscore y-axis. And outside the tuple, I'll go ahead and add my player underscore radius. This is going to draw my player in the screen. Maybe fix my typos. Okay, there we go. If I run the command, I have a nice circle in the screen that's blocked and cannot exit the windows. There we go. Now let me add the let me add my enemy graphics. Go here. Maybe I should just shrink my screen a little. Okay, now let me add my coins graphics. So coin graphics. I don't know why was I calling it an enemy. Okay, so let me iterate over my coins. So for every coin in my coins, before that, did I append? I forgot to append. Let me go ahead and add coins dot append my coin dictionary. There we go. Okay, and then let me go with for every coin in my coins. Since I'm going to be removing stuff, I'll add a dictionary and add a colon inside. And then let me go ahead and draw my coins. So I'll go with pygame.draw.circle. Okay. I'll draw a circle. My surface is going to be my screen. My color of my circle is going to be, I don't know, yellow. Then I'll add a tuple. My tuple is going to be my coin at index of x-axis and my coin at index of y-axis. Lastly, my coin at index of radius. Okay, this is randomly going to draw like 5 circles in my screen. Perfect. If I run the command again, the circles are scattered all around the screen. Okay, now for the hard part, the collision detection. I added my collision detection. If I go here, I just passed them right now. Okay, let me try doing this actually without checking the reference. So what if I were to go and type collision detection? Okay, for my collision detection, I want my, let me invoke my function. So if my collision detector, my function, I'll fill in the parameters. My x1 is going to be my player underscore x-axis, y1 is going to be my player underscore y-axis, and r1 is going to be my player radius, comma. Now let me fill in my coins attributes. So x2 is going to be my coin at index of, excuse me guys, x-axis, and I will have to indent this. Excuse me again guys. There we go. Y2 is going to be my coin at index of y-axis. R2 is going to be my coin at index of radius. Okay, perfect. And then let me add an if statement. If collision, or if not collision. Okay, if not collision, do I have a collision variable? I do have it. I will print boom collided. Okay, and then I will set my collision variable to be equal to true, else I will set my collision to be equal to false. Let me fix my typo. There we go. Guys, this is like way too complicating for my brains. Okay, now it spams boom collided because most likely my collision is set to true up there. Or no, it's set to false. I invoked my function. Okay, I'm pretty sure I did almost everything here. So direction x, direction y, direction squared. What happens if I'm actually colliding with a circle? Huh. Okay, so before my collision rule, let me actually go here. Let me add something. I'm pretty sure I need something else. So if collision detector, let me drink some water to process all this, guys. It's too much for my brains to handle. It also could be because I didn't eat anything. I've just been surviving on like 2 spoons of oats. If you guys watched my previous streams, you guys would know I can't think when I'm starving, so I might go for eating something real quick. Okay, let me go with. Mm, okay, remove objects on collision. Alright, so to remove object on collision, if collision happens, um, I'll go with my coin at index of hmm, actually coins dot remove coin. Okay, this should most likely remove the coin. Okay, it does remove the coin, but it's like I already collided with 3 coins. That did change a lot. Why are there just 2 coins in the screen, guys? And this coin is kind of glitched. Okay, I'd say it's some progress, but let me go with the Control A, Control C. Get Sensei here. Paste this at a bunch of space and say, let's say, I tried doing almost everything on my own here, but it feels like I messed up. And honestly, guys, actually, I might read this after I'm done eating because I am starving. That could be a reason why my brain isn't working. So it's currently like 3:45. You guys could give me around 15 to 20 minutes. I'll eat ASAP and I'll be right back. Alright, mic testing, mic testing. Okay, perfect. Let me go to it. Just chatting, or actually here. Do this. 742 subscribers. Wow, congratulations, bro. I appreciate you, Jeremy Nano. Okay, so let's read this. Vivek, sit down. Listen, okay, guys, I am pretty recharged now. I can probably think properly now. Okay, Vivek, sit down, listen and pay attention because it's exactly why I don't let you half-ass these things. I see the mistakes and I'm going to rip them apart so you actually understand your collision function is wrong. Look at this. Direction squared equals direction x plus direction x multiplied by direction y. Oh, okay, I see. What is that? This is not the circle collision formula. You need distance squared, not some random sum and multiplication. The correct one is okay. Yeah, that was a silly mistake, guys. I couldn't think before. I was starving really bad. Okay, now this checks the actual square distance between the centers of the circle. Your version will break collision detection every single time. The collision flag logic is a bit off. You do this if collision detector added the parameters. If not collision, boom, collision, coins are removed, coin, collision, da da da. Here's the problem. Collision is global for all coins, okay? Not per coin. If you have multiple coins, it can behave unpredictably. You can safely remove it. Okay, you can safely remove it for this kind of mini game because each coin checked individually with coins at index of colon. You don't need that flag at all for a simple collision, for a simple collect the coins game. Okay, the rest is mostly fine. Okay, I see. Okay. Alright, so the only mistake I did, yeah, I know it was a pretty silly mistake, was in my direction collision detection formula. This should have been multiplication. Should it be so direction x multiplied by direction x plus direction y multiplied by direction y. If I would run the command now, there we go. I hit the coin, it disappears. There we go. Perfect. Excuse me, guys. Okay. Honestly, yeah, it does make so much sense now. Although I do want to try it with images this time. Let me actually go with import Pygame. What if I have like images, like if I collide with, excuse me again, guys, like if I collide with the images like disappear. Or actually, honestly, the images shouldn't disappear, my player. Okay, so let me actually do something and then I'll figure out. Let me go ahead and initialize Pygame by typing pygame.init. Okay, there we go. And then let me add FPS. Before that, let me fix my typo. Pygame. I think it's because I have so long nails, guys. I gotta actually cut my nails. Okay, let me go with clock equals to pygame.time.clock. This is gonna add. This is gonna be my FPS controller. Okay, and then let me add a display comment. So I write a comment that says display and create my display. I'll create a screen variable, set that equal to pygame.display.set underscore mode. I'll keep the display to be 800 by 600. Excuse me, guys, pixels, and then I'll go for pygame.display.set underscore caption. My caption is gonna be something like, guys, I should work on my typing. I always make typos. It's so annoying. Okay, I'll go with collect the coins. Excuse me, guys. Alright, and then let me go ahead and load my image. To load my image, since I'm going to be using my images right now, it's in my game items and then most likely my NPC. Alright, so let me go with first I'll load let's say my player image. So my player underscore image equals to pygame.image.load, and I'll give my image path. So my path is going to be game items, 2 forward slashes, and then NPCs, 2 more forward slashes. I'll go with my player PNG, and I will convert this to alpha because it's a PNG. There we go. Okay, for now I'll just have my one player, and since we're working with PNGs or like actual or what you call it, like images, I'll use pixel perfect collision. For that, let me create a rect. So I'll add a comment that says, honestly, let me transform and scale my player image first. So let me go with transform and scale. Okay, to transform and scale, let me go with my player underscore image equals to pygame dot image. In case I need more images, I could add a function. That would be much easier. Actually, it would be easier if I wanted to add more images. I'll go with define a scale function. The parameter is going to be my image and a factor. This is going to be a quark, which is going to be the size of my image. I'll leave it at 0.1 for now. Then I will return pygame.transform.scale. Okay, I want to scale my image, and then I want to fix my typo. There we go. Okay, and then I want to transform my image. I'll add a tuple and then integer. So my image's x-axis is going to be, let's see, my image, my player image. So my player underscore image, I'll get my player image's width. So get underscore width. And then I'll multiply that by my factor, which is set to 0.1. That's basically the size of my image. I'll add a comma, and then I'll do the same thing for my height. So I'll go with player underscore image. I'll get my player image's height. Then I'll multiply that by the factor as well. Okay, perfect. And now it's going to be real easy to scale my images. I just gotta go here and tap my player underscore image equals to scale. I'll invoke my scale function, and then I'll add my parameters. My scale is going to be my player underscore image. Yeah, that's basically it. This is going to scale my image. And then let me create rex. Okay, so I'll create rex. Okay, so for rex, let me go with my player. I'll create a new variable called player underscore rect, which is going to be equal to my player underscore image dot get underscore rect. I'll get the rect of my image. It's going to be located in the top left, so I'll create a quark. In a tuple, I'll add the coordinates 100 by 300. Okay. Excuse me, guys. Okay, and then let me create masks. Create mask and maybe add a little message that says for pixel perfect collision. There we go. Okay, perfect. Now I'll create another variable called player underscore mask. I'll set that equal to player actually pygame dot mask dot from underscore surface, and then my surface is gonna be my player underscore image. Okay, that's basically it for creating the stuff. Let me go ahead and add my game loop now. So I'll create a variable called is underscore running. I'll set that equal to true, and then add a while loop. So while is underscore running, while my game is running or while my is running is set to true, I will add FPS. So clock.tick is going to be 60. Maybe add a comment that says FPS. Then let me iterate over my event. So I'll add an event loop and go with for every event in my pygame.event.get. I'll look for a specific type of excuse me guys, I'll look for a specific type of event. If my event.type equals to pygame.quit, the quit should be uppercase. I will set my is underscore running boolean variable to be equal to false. Okay, and then I'll go with a pygame.display.flip. This is going to update my display. And lastly, a pygame.quit. Okay, now I gotta load my images. Keep going, all the best. I appreciate you also. Okay, that honestly meant a lot. Although, I was actually kind of confused. I forgot what to do next. Okay, actually, no, man, I didn't remember. Let me go ahead and fill my screen. So I'll go with a screen.fill. I'll fill it to be a good gray color. Okay, which is going to be 200 by 200 by 200. Okay, and then let me go ahead and add my player underscore movement. I didn't blit my player in the on my display yet. I'll do that a bit before then. We go with player movement, and then let me go with a keys variable. I'll set that equal to pygame dot pygame dot key dot get underscore pressed. Okay, and then let me add an if statement. So if my keys at index of key is pygame, actually, if my keys at index of pygame dot k is right, if my right key is pressed, I will increase my player's x-axis. So my honestly, I'll increase my player underscore rect dot x-axis by my player underscore velocity. I didn't add my player velocity yet. Let me actually add that. So with pygame. Okay, let me create a player velocity under my player. Honestly, before my for loop, I could go here and type player velocity. There we go. So I'll go with player underscore vel equals to 8 pixels per frame. Alright, let me actually check if I'm audible. Because guys, I should probably change my mic soon. Alright, next up, let me go with if my keys at index of pygame.k is left, if my left key is pressed, I will decrease my player underscore rect dot x-axis by my player underscore velocity. Okay, and if my keys at index of pygame.k is up, if my top key is pressed, I will decrease my player underscore y-axis, my player underscore rect dot y-axis by my player underscore velocity. And lastly, if my keys at index of pygame.key is down, if my bottom key is pressed, if my keys at index of pygame.key is down, guys, did I spell something wrong? Okay, let's see. I'll go with player underscore rect dot y-axis. I'll increase that by my player's velocity. Okay, perfect. Let me rewrite this thing because I feel like I wrote something wrong. If my keys at index of pygame.key is down. There we go. Did I like uppercase or like capitalize my P here or something? Okay, so that's my player movement. Let me trap my player in screen. So trap player in window actually. Okay, to trap my player in window, I'll go with my player underscore rect dot x-axis. Um, I'll set that equal. Excuse me, guys. I'll set that equal to max, which is going to be. I'll keep that 0 for now, and min is going to be something like my player underscore rect dot x-axis, comma 800 my display size minus my player underscore rect dot width. I'll do the same thing for my player underscore rect dot y-axis. I'll set that equal to max, which is going to be 0. Min is going to be my player underscore rect dot y-axis, comma 600 my horizontal window size. Guys, sometimes I call this horizontal or vertical. I should probably check, is this called horizontal or vertical? I should have probably known that before anything. I can't remember that. Okay, I'll go with player underscore rect dot height. Okay, this should trap my player in screen. So just to test this out, let me go with load images. Excuse me guys. Okay, so let me load images. The first image that I'm going to be loading is going to be my player. So screen dot blit. I'll blit my player screen. This is going to be my player underscore image and my player underscore rect. Okay, there we go. Yes, you're audible. Okay. Alright, so if I run the command, I can move my player all around the screen. Okay, nice. Alright, and then let's see. Now my coins should be like a coin, so let me think. I remember that to draw objects, so I want to like draw objects in the screen, I'll have to draw them before my game loop. So I can go with a pygame.draw.circle. So let me actually go under my that's load player, that's transform player, rect mask. Okay, let me go right here and add a coins. So coins details or coin details. Okay, now let me create a empty list of coins. I'll set that equal to empty list. And then let me iterate over a range. So for every underscore in my range, I'll have like, I don't know, let's keep 10 coins. Okay, in my range, that's gonna be 10. Huh. I will do something. Firstly, I will lubricate my lips because it's real dehydrated. Okay, perfect. Alright, so for every underscore in my range, 10. Let's see. I'll create a coin dictionary. I'll set that equal to an empty dictionary. I'll add the x-axis of my coin, which is gonna be 100 for now. Maybe I'll add a comma and then set a y-axis for my coin, which is gonna be 300. Honestly, let me import the random module. The import random. Okay, perfect. Now, instead of doing this, I could go with random.randint. Uh, I'll need a radius, so my coin's radius will be 15. And then 800, my display size, minus my coin's radius. I'll do the same thing for my y-axis, so random.randint. My radius, which is going to be 15, comma 600, my horizontal or vertical window size, minus 15. There we go. Okay, and then let me actually add a radius. So my radius is going to be 15. Excuse me, guys. Okay, perfect. I added my list of coins. Oh, and then I gotta go with coins.append my coin. Alright, perfect. And then before I blit my image, after this, let me go down and say coin graphics. Okay, for my coin graphics, I will iterate over the list of my coins. So for every coin in my coins, in the list of my coins, at index of colon, because I want to remove a few coins, I'll go with I'll draw my coins. So pygame.draw dot circle. My coins are going to be circles, or it's going to be a circle. I want the surface to be my screen. Okay, and then the color to be yellow. Alright, and then screen, color, and okay, I'll let it tuple. The center of my circle is going to be my coin at index of x-axis. Honestly, I did add like coin here, so it could mess up with that coin. I could change to something else, like for every coin, or like for every circle in my coins. Honestly, I'll just go with coins for now. For every coin in my coins, coin at index of x-axis, comma, inside the tuple, coin at index of y-axis. This is going to be the center of my circle, and outside the tuple, I'll go with coin at index of radius. Okay, there we go. This is going to create 5 random coins on the screen. Actually 10. Okay, perfect. Now let me add a collision detection, or a collision detector. It should be before my game loop. So before my game loop and before my player velocity, I will go and add a collision detector. Okay, for my collision detector, I'll define a function, define collision underscore detector. Okay, I'll add the parameters of my circle. Let me fix my typo. Okay, there we go. I'll add a few parameters. So the parameter for my x1, so it's going to be x1, y1, r1. Okay, that's for my player. Now for my coins, x2, y2, and r2. Okay, perfect. This should be r1. Okay, then I'll find the direction x, which is going to be equal to my x1 minus my x2, and then direction y, which is going to be equal to my y2 or y1 minus y2, and then a direction underscore squared. My direction underscore squared is going to be equal to direction x times direction x plus direction y times direction y. Okay, and then I will go ahead and return my direction squared, which is going to be less than or equal to a tuple of my radius 1 plus radius 2 to the power of 2. Okay, perfect. This honestly should be it. Now, inside my coins function here, let me delete that. Let me invoke my function. So I'll go with another space, go up. If my collision detector function, I'll add my parameters here. So my x1, y1, and r1 is going to be my player underscore rect dot x-axis, and then my player underscore rect dot y-axis, and then my player underscore rect dot radius. Okay, honestly, I don't think I can create radius because the rect is a rectangle. I might have to go with a player underscore radius, which is going to be like 40. Although my size is set for my player. Okay, my player isn't going to be a circle, right? So I scaled my player's width here. So actually, I might have to go down here. So player's x-axis, player's y-axis. I gotta add the radius here, but what if I didn't have a radius? So if I wanted a square to collide with a circle, so a rectangle colliding with a circle, I would need to find the closest x-axis and closest y-axis as well. So I'll go with the closest x-axis. Closest x-axis is going to be equal to, let's see, let me check if I'm audible real quick. Okay, there we go. Alright, so let me check my closest x-axis. My closest x-axis is going to be max, which is going to be my x2. Width and height. Okay, so x2, and then my min is going to be, let's see, my x1, excuse me guys, okay, x1, and then my x2 minus my width. Okay, there we go. And I'll do the same thing for my closest underscore y-axis. So that equal to max. My max is going to be, okay, this time is going to be y2. The min is going to be y1 comma y2 minus height. Okay, and I wouldn't need this part here. There we go. So I return direction. Okay, so my direction x is gonna be my circle at x-axis, which is gonna be my x1. So x1 minus my closest x-axis. Okay, and then y1 is gonna be my y1. The direction y is gonna be my y1 minus my closest underscore y-axis. Okay, direction squared. Then I return this. Okay, now I can fill the parameters for my rectangle. This is going to be my radius. So my player, so first let me fill in the parameters for my NPCs. So I'll go with, actually not NPC, my coin. So coin at index of x-axis, coin at index of y-axis, and then coin at index of radius. Okay, and then I'll add a comma and go with my player at index of x-axis, player at index of y-axis, player, okay, actually player underscore rect dot x-axis, player underscore rect dot y-axis, and player, okay, my player underscore rect dot width, and lastly my player underscore rect dot height. Alright, perfect. Next up, if that's true and if not collision, I don't have a collision variable. Let me go up here and maybe add a collision variable under my clock. So I'll go with collision. I'll set my collision equal to false because I haven't collided yet. Then I'll go down here. If not collision, if my collision is set to true, I will print, boom. Actually, I'll print collected a coin. Okay, and then I will actually say coins dot remove. I'll remove a coin from the list of my coins. Okay, and then I'll set my collision to be equal to true. Perfect. Guys, I cannot type. Okay, let me go here, delete that. Okay, else my collision is gonna be set to false. So collision equals to false. Let me fix my typo here. Okay, perfect. Go there, add an I there. Alright, perfect. Okay, now if I would run my command, or run the command, I have a bunch of coins. If I touch a coin, okay, it doesn't disappear yet. So I do have a rectangle. Oh, I didn't use my masks yet. Okay, so for using my masks, I gotta go with, actually, I need to find the offset as well. This is when a circle collides. So honestly, yeah, let me go with a mask as well. I mean, in my collision detection, I have a collision detector. I gotta go with offsets too. So let me go with offset underscore x equals to my coins, or actually my coin at index of x-axis minus my player underscore rect dot x-axis. Okay, and then for my offset y, I'll set that equal to my coin at index of y-axis minus my player underscore rect dot y-axis. Alright, perfect. Okay, and then in my if statement, coin graphics, okay, let me actually add a comment here that says collision, if collision detected, I honestly might need a whatchamacallit. So if my coins, okay, so a overlap variable, okay, got it. I added offsets there. I'll need an overlap as well. So let me go here and add a overlap. So overlap equals to, let's see, maybe player at index, the overlap is gonna be my player, okay, so if my player overlaps with my enemy, okay, got it. So my player underscore rect dot x-axis, if my player's x-axis or actually no, my player mask, if my player's mask dot overlaps with my enemy's mask, okay, at the offset underscore x-axis and offset underscore y-axis. Alright, I just added a mask for my player. My enemy doesn't have a mask. I definitely imported something, right? I knew it. Okay, so should I go with a coins mask? I don't know. Okay, so coins on my coin at index of x-axis. That doesn't make sense. Okay, coin. Oh, I wrote up in the command. Type error. Okay, actually, let's just go with controller, control C. Get Sensei here. Hey, yo, Viv, what's up? How are you doing? Here, I appreciate you joining the stream. And guys, I feel like I'm losing my voice by the second. Let me paste this and say, Sensei, I tried adding a system where, let's see, I tried adding a system where when my PNG slash player touches a coin, the coin disappears. But I feel like I messed up. I don't know how to convert my drawings to a mask question mark. And guys, the usual typos. Let's fix my typos. Duh. Perfect, in it, and maybe drink some water. Vivek, sit your butt down and pay full attention, because this is why I said you can't just mash pixel perfect collision onto a circle formula and expect it to work. Your brain is jumping all over the place. Let's dissect this mess you made. The fundamental problem. Look at your collision function. Offset underscore x equals to coins at index x minus player underscore rect dot x axis. Offset underscore y equals to coins at index of y axis minus player underscore rect dot y axis. Overlap equals to player underscore mask dot overlap coin offset x offset y. What is this supposed to do? Player underscore mask is fine. It's created correctly from your PNG. Player underscore mask dot overlap expects another mask, not a dictionary or circle. Your coin is just a dictionary with x-axis, y-axis, radius. Masks can only come from surfaces. Pygame.surface. You cannot feed coin directly into overlap. That's why it doesn't work. What you need instead, since your coins are circles, you don't need a mask at all. Use circle versus rect collision. Excuse me, guys. Or circle versus point collision. Never heard of point collision, honestly. Pixel perfect collision is only for irregular objects. Okay. Here's how we would do it. So I define circle rect, circle at x-axis, circle at y-axis, okay. Then rect, find the closest point on the rectangle to the top, okay. Find the closest point on the rectangle to the top circle center. So closest x-axis equals to max rect dot left min circle underscore x-axis comma rect dot bottom circle underscore y-axis equals to max rect dot top min circle underscore y-axis rect dot bottom. Direction x equals circle underscore x-axis minus closest x-axis. Direction y equals to circle underscore y-axis minus closest y-axis. Return direction x times direction x plus direction y times direction y, which is less than or equal to circle underscore radius times circle underscore radius. Okay. Then in your loop, for coin and coins, pygame.draw circle, if circle underscore rect underscore collision, okay, if, and then invoke my function, fill in the parameters, coin dot remove, This is all you need. Clean, simple, works perfectly. When to use masks? Only for irregular shapes like a PNG or a star or monster with transparent edges. Then both objects must have, okay, pygame.mask objects. You cannot mix mask with a simple circle dictionary. Vivek, your brain is overheating trying to mix circle math and masks. Focus coin equals circle, player equals rect. Use the function I just gave. Forget mask for now. Okay, you're jumping too far ahead. Alright, so let's see. Let me just check if I'm audible. Okay, perfect. Da-da-da. Alright, so basically the only thing I did wrong was I mixed my collisions, right? Okay, so in my collisions page, I wouldn't need all this. I'll just need like a collision detector. Okay, I gotta go with a rect collision. So, go delete that, then add a rect. Since I added that as my rect, I wouldn't need a mask because I can use pixel perfect collision. That's going to be my player rect's position. Okay, I already scaled my player. Alright. Next up, I gotta find the closest x-axis. So the closest underscore x-axis is gonna be equal to, let's see. Huh. It's gonna be my rect dot width. Let me look at the reference. Okay, so it's gonna be rect dot left. Huh. Rect circles x-axis. Rect dot right. Okay, this one is going to be my first time using dot left and dot right, I think. So max is going to be my rect dot left. Okay, perfect. Comma, the min is going to be my circle underscore x-axis. Okay, so honestly, not circle x, my x1. It would be much more readable if I change this to circle underscore x-axis. That to circle underscore y-axis and this to radius. Okay, so this is going to be my circle underscore x-axis, comma, let's see, my, is it going to be my, okay, so it's going to be my circle underscore x-axis, then rect dot right. Okay, this is the first time I did this kind of. Okay, so let's go with rect dot right. Alright, and then for my closest underscore y-axis, I'll set that equal to max. My max is going to be my rect dot up this time. Is it uppercase? Okay, it's rect dot top actually. So top, and then my min is going to be my circle underscore y-axis rect dot bottom. Okay, perfect. And then I gotta find my direction x. So my direction x is going to be equal to my circle underscore x-axis minus my closest x-axis, and my direction y is going to be equal to my circle underscore y-axis minus my closest y-axis. Okay, perfect. And then I need a direction squared, right? Okay, honestly, I don't need a direction squared. I just return direction x multiplied by direction x plus direction y multiplied by direction y, which is less than or equal to my radius to the power of 2. Okay, honestly, it's circle radius multiplied by... Okay, it would make... It's the same thing as if I would have added a direction underscore squared, which is equal to direction x times direction x plus direction y times direction y. So instead of writing this, let me copy that, paste it here. I could have just done this. Okay. and then inside my loop. So once I draw my player, excuse me guys, yeah, I'm trying to get a grasp of this, but it is making me a little sleepy. Okay, if my circle, I invoke my function inside of an if statement, so my, okay, collision detector. Here I gotta fill in my parameters. My circle is my coin, so my coin at index of x-axis. Let's go with my coin at index of y-axis, and then coin at index of radius. Okay, perfect. And then maybe add a colon here. Now we gotta add my player underscore rect, right? Okay, yeah, I did need to add my player underscore rect. Perfect. And then I'll go with my player. Actually, not player. I'll so coins touch remove coin. Okay, perfect. And then I'll print something like coin collected. Okay, now if I were to run the command, I have coins. Okay, you know what, actually it does work, but it's not pixel perfect. For it to be pixel perfect, I could have made coins. I guess I can make coins today. Yeah, instead of like drawing coins, I can make like coin PNGs. Okay, it does work though. There we go. Okay. Coin collected. So, for claiming one coin, that's one more. Okay. Alright, okay, so it claims one, it just prints it once. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, I'm pretty sure there's 10. Okay, let me go with Control A, Control C, get Sensei here. Actually, check if I'm audible real quick. Alright, perfect. Okay, and then I pasted at a bunch of space, Sensei. Sensei, I feel like I got a good grasp of it, but what? But I did want pixel perfect collisions, so can I add 2 PNGs instead of the drawing? One is going to be the PNG that I collect, and the other one is going to be my player that collects the item. Okay, let's see. Let me just eat something, guys. I know I just ate, but I can't let the oats get spoiled. Okay, let's see. Here are these step-by-step breakdowns. Honestly, I feel like I do know these steps for this. It should be the same as before. So, let me actually go with the Control A. Take a good look real quick though. Okay, perfect. Now let me delete this. Let me start up by importing Pygame. And then let me initialize Pygame by typing pygame.init. Okay. Then let me go ahead and create FPS. So clock equals to pygame.tick 60 frames per second. I'll add a comment that says, actually, my bad guys, pygame.time.clock, which is going to be set to I'll add a comment that says FPS controller. Alright, and then let me go ahead and add my display. To add my display, I'll create a variable that says display, a comment. Then I'll create a screen variable set that equal to pygame.display.set underscore mode. I'll set my mode to be 800 by 600 pixels, okay? And then let me give a caption to my name, so I'll go with pygame dot display dot set underscore caption. I'll set my caption to something like collect the coins. Okay, perfect. And then let me go ahead and add my player. Actually, let me load my player. So let me just load all images. So I'll load image. To load my image, I'll first go with my player underscore image. Excuse me, guys. This time, honestly, I might load my NPC, like my monster, as my player instead of my like casual player. So I'll go with pygame.image.load. I'll load a image. Let's see my image, and then I'll give my image path. So my path is my game items. 2 forward slashes my NPCs. 2 more forward slashes. This time I'll go with my boss PNG. Okay, and then I'll convert it to alpha because it's a PNG. Alright, and then let me go ahead and go with my shield actually. Honestly, I do have like my shield PNGs here, so should my player collect shield, or like I think it would be much smarter if my player collects coins. Honestly, I might go with projectiles. That would look much better. Should I go with this? My player collects the enemy projectiles, or my player collects these potions. That's the buff. I think I think my player could collect healing potion. That would look much better. Okay, so I guess we load my healing potion, and let me get the file path. So I'll go with potion underscore image okay, so potion underscore image equals to pygame.image.load. I'll load my image, so I'll give my image paths. It's going to be my game items alongside 2 forward slashes. This is going to be my game potions. 2 more forward slashes. I'll go with my healing potion. I will convert this to alpha underscore alpha because it is a PNG. Okay, and then after I loaded my image, let me go ahead and transform my image. There we go. Transform and scale. Scale. Okay, perfect. Let me transform and scale my image. To transform and scale my image, I will define a function called scale, so I don't gotta manually transform and scale everything. I'll add a few parameters. First is going to be my image, and second one is going to be my factor. My factor is going to be 0.1. Basically, factors like the size of my image. 0.1 is like 10%. Then I'll go ahead and return pygame dot transform dot scale. Okay, my image is going to be my image. My size is going to be my factor. Honestly, I'll add a tuple here, and then I'll go with an integer. Okay, now here, my image will be my image. My size, actually I'll get the width of my image. Get underscore width. Okay, the size is going to be my factor. Okay, I'll multiply it with my size, and then I'll add a comma. I'll go with int, and this time I'll get the height of my image. So image dot get underscore height. The height of my image, I'm going to multiply it by okay, let me multiply it by my factor as well, which is 0.1, also known as 10%. Okay, and then let me go ahead and reassign my player underscore image to be equal to invoke my scale function and add my player underscore image as the parameter. Perfect. And I'll do the same thing with my potion underscore image. So potion underscore image equals to scale potion underscore image. Alright, perfect. Okay, and then let me go ahead and add masks and Rex. First, I'll create Rex. So let me create Rex. For my Rex, I'll go with player underscore rect, which is going to be equal to pygame dot actually my player image, my player underscore image dot get let me fix my typo. Player underscore image dot get underscore rect. I'll get the rect, and the position of my image is going to be at the top left. So I'll create a quark that says top left. I'll set that equal to the position is going to be in a tuple. I'll keep it like 100 by 300. Okay, and then let me go ahead and create a rectangle for my potions. So my potion underscore rect is going to be equal to my potion underscore image dot get underscore rect. The position is gonna be honestly, I won't create a rect for my position yet because I'm not gonna be moving my positions around. I will create the masks. Okay, for my masks, I will go with player underscore mask equals to pygame dot mask dot from surface from underscore surface. Okay, and then the surface threshold is going to be my player underscore image. I'll do the same thing for my potion. So my potion underscore mask is going to be equal to pygame dot mask dot from underscore surface. Okay, my threshold is going to be my potion underscore image. Alright, perfect. So with all that, let me actually create a collision variable because we will be checking collisions as well. So collision equals to false because a collision hasn't happened yet or hasn't occurred yet. Okay, now let me go ahead and create a collision detection. So a collision detection. Let's see, since it's going to be pixel perfect collision, I'll need an offset of x-axis. So my offset underscore x-axis, which is going to be equal to, let's see, my enemy, honestly, my potion underscore image minus my player underscore image. Okay. I should most likely create. Okay, actually, I'll add this inside my loop. Before that, let me go with a for loop for every. This is going to be my coins. Actually, my potions. Okay, I'll go with for every underscore in my potions or in range, which is going to be, let's see, how many potions do I want random spawn? I don't like 20 potions. Okay, I will create a list of variable. I could keep the variable something like inventory. Actually, not inventory. I'll go with potions. Potions equals to an empty list. Okay, for every underscore in range 20, so I'll have 20 potions. Let me load my image here. No, I won't load my image here. I'll create a potions dictionary. Potion equals to a dictionary. Now I'll fill in the attributes of my potion. The x-axis of my potion is going to be random, so let me go ahead and import the random module. So I'll import random, go down here and type random.randint. My randint is going to be, since my potion is going to be a square, so my potion is a square, I'll keep that 0. And then the y-axis, let's go with 800, my display size, minus my potion's width. Minus my potion underscore, actually my potion dot get width. Potion dot get or potion dot width. I'm pretty sure, so that's my x-axis, random.randint. It's gonna be 0. Should I add like a position for my potion? So my potion could spawn in any direction, so I should create a rect for my potion. Random location. The way I did it for circle was circle to the. Okay. Let me actually try creating a potion underscore rect, which equals to my player, actually my potion underscore image dot get rect. Okay, I'll leave that empty honestly because the location is, oh, could I do like random dot rand int here? Random dot rand int. Excuse me guys. Okay, let me actually just leave that empty. I'll add my location here, so I'll go with my potion underscore rect. Okay, dot, I'll go with the width there. Alright, and then next up for the y-axis, let me go ahead and add a random dot rand int. Okay, random dot rand int, I don't know, 0 600 minus my potion rect dot height. Okay, there. I'll add a comma, comma. Okay, next up, let me go ahead and add width and height for my potion. Okay, there we go, there we go. I wouldn't need that anymore. Okay, it took me a while to click, so the width is gonna be, I don't know, like, what should my potion size be? Should I go with my scaled potion? So width is going to be my potion image. Potion image. So if that's my potion image, I should copy that, paste it here, paste it here. Could I like go with potion image dot height? Oh, it does allow me. Okay, okay, okay. This actually might be perfect. Let me delete my rect. I don't need that. Now add a comma here. Go with height. My height is gonna be, let's see, there we go. My height is gonna be potion image, okay, dot height. That's gonna be dot width. Alright, so I have an x-axis, a y-axis, width and height. I'm not gonna be adding x velocity and y velocity because I'm not automating my potions. So yeah, this should basically be it for my potions. Now lastly, I gotta go and do potions dot append potion. Okay, perfect. Alright, and then now let me go and add my game loop. Guys, this is the only part I love to do because I know everything here. Don't gotta use my brain set for this part. So I'll create a is underscore running boolean variable, so that equals true, and then I'll add a while loop. So while is underscore running, while my program is running or while my is running is set to true, I will add FPS. So clock dot tick is gonna be set to 60, and I'll add a comment that says FPS. Then let me iterate over my events. So my event loop is gonna be pygame dot event dot, honestly, for every event in my pygame dot event dot get, this gets all my pygame events, but I'm looking for a specific type of event. Get, okay, I'll add an if statement. If my event dot type equals to pygame dot quit, I will do something. I will set my is underscore running boolean variable to be equal to false. There we go. Okay, and then I will set my, I'll update my display. So I'll go with pygame dot display dot update. Actually, I can go with dot flip. Dot update and dot flip honestly works the same. Okay, and then I'll go with a pygame dot quit. Okay, perfect. Alright, now let me actually fill my screen. So I'll go with a screen dot fill. Let's go with a good dark gray color. There we go. Okay, and then let me add my player underscore movement. For my player movement, I wouldn't need an underscore because it's literally a comment. I'll create a keys variable, set that equal to pygame dot key dot get underscore pressed. Okay, and then I'll add an if statement. If my keys at index of pygame dot key is right, if my right key is pressed, I will do something. I'll set my, I will increase my player underscore rect dot x axis I'll increase that by my player underscore velocity, and if my keys at index of pygame.key is left, if my left key is pressed, I will decrease my player underscore rect dot x-axis by my player underscore velocity. Player underscore velocity. Okay, and I don't have a player velocity variable, so before my game loop, I will go here and add a player velocity comment, and under that I'll go with a player underscore vel equals to 8 pixels per frame. Alright, perfect. And then if my keys at index of pygame.key is up, if my top key is pressed, I will decrease my player underscore rect dot excuse me guys, I'll decrease my player underscore rect dot y-axis by my player underscore velocity. And lastly, if my keys at index of pygame.key is down, if my bottom key is pressed. This should be why. Okay, I will increase my player underscore rect dot y-axis by my player underscore velocity. Okay, and then let me trap my player in my window. So I'll add a comment that says trap player in window. For that, let me go with let's see, to trap my player in window, I'll reassign my player underscore rect dot x-axis, my player's x-axis to be equal to max, which is going to be 0 for now, min, which is going to be player underscore rect dot x-axis, comma 800 minus my player underscore rect dot width. Okay, and then let me trap my player. Let me do the same thing for the y-axis. So player underscore rect dot y-axis is gonna be equal to max. Max is gonna be 0. Min is gonna be player underscore rect dot y-axis, comma 600 my vertical display size minus my player underscore rect dot height. Okay, and then let me add the collision detection logic. Collision detection. There we go. Okay, I'll define a function called collision. Honestly, I might not define a function since it's pixel perfect collision. I'll go with the offset x. I'll create an offset x which is going to be equal to my potion underscore image dot x-axis. Okay, I forgot my potion just has the width and height. Okay, got it. So my potion, so I'll go with pot equals to potion at index of potion. There we go, that should be potions. I might have to add a current object, so I'll go here and create a current underscore object to be equal to, okay, I wouldn't need a current object, I just got to iterate over. I was trying to be a little fancy, but never mind. Alright, so let me actually go through that. Perfect. Okay, instead of this, let me just iterate over my potion. So for every pot in my potions list, okay, I did append. I did append. I will not draw anything, instead I will load. I will go with screen.blit. Let's see, screen.blit. I want to blit on my screen. I want the color to be the, honestly for screen.blit, I don't think I need this. I just gotta go with image. So my potion image. There. Just let me just check what happens if I run the command. Okay, I see one potion there because all the potion's position, it is randomized. So I most likely need 20 random potions, so all my potions are inside my this. Okay. What happens if I run it again? Unlike again. Oh, that's my potion image, it's not my pot. My bad, guys. My bad. Type error. One argument must be pygame.surface, surface, not dictionary. Okay, so I gotta convert them to surface. Let's create surfaces in that case. Under my potions, I'll go ahead and say create surface. Let's create surface. Okay, to create my surface, let me check if I'm audible. Alright, perfect. Okay, so to create a surface, let's see. I can do, let's see, potion underscore surface, which is going to be equal to pygame.surface. Okay. Okay, I need a flag, depth, and mask. Surface. So I'll need a mask. I'll go with my potion image, comma, potion mask. Okay, that's absolutely wrong. Okay, let's delete that. Uh, Let me, okay, honestly, I'm kind of blank on what to do from here because I rarely post. Let me go here. Sensei, paste this. Let's say Sensei. I actually tried doing it, but I forgot how to create surfaces. Did I even need surfaces question mark? Uh, for my player and potion collision logic question mark, I want my player to collect potions. Vivek, listen carefully. You were close, but you don't need to manually create new surfaces for your potions because your potion PNG is already in a surface. Your potion PNG already is a surface. From pygame.image.load, what actually is needed a rec for each potion to to position it, a mask for each potion for pixel perfect collision to check the then check collision between player mask and each potion underscore mask using offsets. Right now in your loop you wrote for every pot in potion screen out blit pot wrong Vivek. Blit needs a surface plus rec slash position, not a dictionary. Okay, that's why it broke. Here's the corrected structure. I have display, I loaded my images to the rec plus mask for player. I created a rec, I created a mask for my player. List of potions, okay, I did this exactly correctly. Mask equals to pygame.mask.from surface potion image. Potion.append, hold up. Top left, random and random. I didn't know that we could do this, so rect equals to for every underscore in my range. Okay, then rect equals to potion underscore image dot get rect. Okay, top left. Okay, and then mask pygame.mask from surface potion image. I created a rect for my player, a mask for my player, and then after my for loop, I create a mask for my potion, and then I go with potion out of bench, a dictionary, actually a set. So this looks like a dictionary. So dot append dictionary rect is going to be my rect. Mask is going to be my mask. Okay. Then I draw my player. Screen.blit player underscore image player underscore rect. Check potion collision for potion and potions. Screen.blit potion underscore image potion rect. Okay, that's my position. That's my surface. Offset needed for mass collisions. Offset equals to potion at index of rect. X-axis. Okay. If master overlapped it. Okay, I know this part. Key fixes I made. Stored potion as rect plus mask, not just X and Y. Used blitz. Okay, not just blit pod. Added mass collision with offset. True pixel perfect overlap. Remove potions from the list when collided. Now you'll have a working PNG versus PNG pixel perfect collision system. Okay, actually, I know the pixel perfect collision logic. This was something new. That's why I couldn't do it, because I have an empty list of potions and then a for loop. So for every underscore in my range 10, I create a rect variable set that equal to potion underscore image dot get rect. Okay, so my rect is my get rect. Top left, the position in a tuple is going to be a randomized position. That's genius, honestly. And then I go with a mask variable. I set that equal to pygame.mask.fromSurface. Okay. Then I append my rect, which is going to be my rect, my mask, which is going to be my mask. Alright, so let me try doing that now. Okay, so the mistake that I did do was I didn't add a, whatchamacallit, a mask for my potions. So these are my axes. Instead of having these axes in here, I wouldn't need an x-axis, y-axis directly. Okay, I would need, let's see. For every underscore in my range, I'll create a rect. I'll need the rect. So my rect, actually I might go with a potion rect. So my potion underscore rect equals to, let's see, potion underscore image dot get underscore rect. There we go. Then I'm gonna have an integer for my rex, whatchamacallit, select top left. This is gonna be a quark. I'll set that equal to a tuple. This is gonna be my location. So here I'll go with random.randint 0 800 minus potion image, excuse me guys, dot width. Okay, there. Then I'll add a comma. Go here. Actually, Control Z. Comma. There we go. Okay, now for my this random random. Honestly, I might need it inside this tuple, so I'll add a comma there. Go with random.randint 0. This time 600 minus my potion underscore image dot get underscore height. Actually, just height. There we go. Alright, and then let me create a mask for my potion. So I'll go ahead and create a mask variable. I'll set that equal to, let's see, pygame dot okay, so pygame dot mask dot from underscore surface. Okay, so my mask is going to be my potion underscore image. And now let me go ahead and create, actually append my stuff. So I'll go with potions dot append I'll append a dictionary. So in my dictionary, my rect is gonna be my potion underscore rect. Okay, and my mask is gonna be my, honestly, I'll change the name to potion underscore mask. Perfect. Okay, my mask is gonna be my potion underscore mask. Okay, perfect. And then inside my game loop, so for every pot in my potions, screen.blitz. Honestly, I feel like I didn't need this. I didn't need a, okay, actually I do need a for loop. So screen.blitz, blit is gonna need my surface. My surface is gonna be my potion image. Honestly, I have to first go with my offsets and everything. So I'll go with offset underscore x equals to my potion underscore rect dot x-axis minus my player underscore rect dot x-axis. Okay, did I like spell this wrong? Oh wait, actually never mind. I gotta go with my potion underscore rect at index, right? Was it at index? Potions dot append. Okay, so I have to go with potions. Okay, if that didn't work, then I'll iterate over it. So let me go with potions at index of rect. Okay, I do need to iterate over it. So for every pot in my potions, okay, I'll change this to pot. Pot at index of, let me go here. There we go, minus my player dot x-axis, and then for my offset underscore y, I'll set that equal to my pot at index of, let me fix my typo, offset, there we go. Okay, so pot at index of rect, this should be dot x-axis. This is going to be dot y-axis minus my player underscore rect dot y-axis. Alright. Maybe fix my typo. Okay, and then let me go with a direction squared. So direction underscore squared is going to be equal to, actually I would need an overlap and not a direction underscore squared here, so I'll go with overlap equals to, let's see, so my player underscore rect dot, actually mask dot overlap. So if my player's mask overlaps my potion's mask at this offset, so offset x and offset y, okay, then I will do something. Let me add an if statement. If overlap is true and if not collision, if my collision is set to true as well, I will print boom, actually collected potion. Nice. Okay, and then let me go with, honestly, for every pot in my potion at index of colon, because I gotta remove stuff as well. This is going to basically give me a copy of my items inside. So I'll go with potions dot remove pot. Okay, and then I'll set my collision to be equal to true, else my collision is going to be equal to false. Okay, now if I would run the command, I didn't load anything. Let me go ahead and add a comment that says load images. So for loading my images, I'll go with screen.blitz. So screen.blitz. Let me load my players. So my player underscore image and my player underscore rect and screen dot split. Let me load in my pot. So I'm thinking, did I have to load my pot there? Let me honestly like load it here real quick to check if it works. So load in my honestly, I'll go with the copy that. Actually, let me delete that. Let me go here. Maybe add it to spaces. Go up and go with screen dot blit. Let's go with my pot. Actually, my potion underscore image, comma my pot at index of rect. Alright, there we go. Now if I run the command. Okay, so there's my player, there's my potion. If I touch my potion, it says collected and it adds it to my console. Nice. There we go, guys. This monster, he's collecting potions. Okay, and it is pixel perfect as well. That's like a cherry on top. And the potion's directions are always but it collects it too quick. Is that how usually players do? The position is always randomized as well, so okay. Let's go with Control A, Control C. Get Sensei here. Paste this, add a bunch of space and say, Sensei, I did it. Dot dot dot. So now, can we work? Actually, let me just edit it because I do want to work with fonts as well. Because in my thumbnail, it did say I'm going to be working with fonts. I was so stuck in mastering the how an object disappears after it collides with another object. But that aside, I do want to work with fonts as well. Yes, Vivek, you did it. You actually got pixel perfect collision working. Look at that code. You've got masks for both player and position, proper offsets and collision detection, removal of potion after collision, smooth movement plus screen bounce. I am proud of you. Head pat, guys. That didn't make me blush. I'm way too exhausted to even blush. You've just unlocked a huge skill level. Most beginners stop at collide rect. That was understood, okay. But you went full pro gamer mode with masks. Now Vivek, do you want to level up and add a score counter that updates on the screen? Yes, okay, when you collect potion. Yes, sensei. Dot dot dot. Teach me. I don't know how to do it. Okay, and guys, I honestly might have to blow my nose real quick, so like give me a sec. Let me just hide my webcam and mute myself. Alright, mic testing, mic testing. Okay, perfect. Back. Alright, let me go here. Alright, got that. The fire. Good, that's the fire I want to see. Listen closely, Vivek. To make a score counter, you need a variable to keep track of the score. So score equals 0. Every time you collect a potion, increase score by 1. Use pygame.font, okay, to render the score as the text on the screen, okay, as text on screen. Draw it with screen.blit every frame. Here's the new part, okay, you'll add into your code, okay. Before game loop, score equals 0, font equals pygame.font none 36, font size and size non-default pygame's font, a pygame font. Inside your collision check, okay, overlap score plus equals to 1, and inside your game loop draw section. After drawing everything else, score underscore text equals font dot render Excuse me, guys. An F string score true. 255, 255, 255. I'm assuming that's white, and then screen dot blitz score underscore text 1010 top left corner. That's it. Simple, clean, powerful. Honestly, is that like it? Is it gonna like print my literal score in the screen? Okay, let's try it, I guess. Alright, so before my game loop, I gotta add a score variable. So I'll go with score, or maybe lowercase or capitalized. Okay, and then I'll go with score equals to 0. Excuse me, guys. Alright, and then I'll go with font. So font equals to pygame.font dot capitalized font. It's going to be none and 36. So the two parameters that it takes is font and size. So the font is going to be none. Okay, and size is going to be 36. File name none. Okay. And then inside your collision check, so here's my collision check. Inside my collision check, potion dot remove underscore pot. Under that, I go and add my score plus equals to 1. Okay, that does make sense. Excuse me, guys. And then inside your game loop draw section, so this is my draw section, I gotta go and render score. So let me go and add a comment that says render score. Show I render score here. Let me like okay, so I gotta go with score text. So I create a variable called score underscore text, which is going to be equal to font dot render and then an f string. So I'll go with my font variable, font dot, and then the render variable is the render lowercase. Okay, it is lowercase. Okay, and then I'll add an f string. So my f string is going to be score colon score. My score is my score variable. Score, maybe there. Okay, perfect. And then outside my pair of quotes, I'll add a comma at true. I've got to ask why did I add true. Okay, that's text, and that's antilaces. Is that how you pronounce it, guys? Guys, I'm real bad at pronouncing. Okay, and then my color. Color is going to be 255 by 255 by 255, my RGB. And basically this should be it. Huh. Did I like... Oh my bad, guys, I forgot to blur in my screen. I gotta go here and add a screen.blitz. Let's see, so my score underscore text. Okay. And the position is going to be 1010, so top left 10 pixels. So right about here. Is it that simple? Let me honestly count how many potions this is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Okay, so I did collect 3 potions that should have been here. Guys, this is insane. This is the same as making a game. This is going to be really helpful. Although I need a lot practice, because it's currently, what day is it? I forgot to check. Okay, it's currently day 79. So I probably have like 11 more days to practice my stuff, because I'm going to take like 10 whole days to make a game. Alright, so let me go with the Control A, Control C. Get Sutsa here. Paste it at a bunch of spaces and say, Sensei, it worked. I do need a lot more practice though. So can I get a few practice instructional based questions? Maybe one at a time, question mark. Okay, I guess we'll do a few instructional based questions. Yes, that's what I like to hear, Vivek. It worked because you did it, not me. Alright, let's drill your skills with instructional based questions. I'll give you one at a time. Excuse me, guys. You've coded, then show me. If you mess up, I'll correct and yell. Practice question more. Practice question one task. Keep your current potion collecting game structure. Add a timer countdown to the display. Let me say, Sensei. I mean, I'll delete that code that I wrote. I want to write a code again from scratch. Dot dot dot. Okay, I want to write a code again from scratch. Good, that's exactly the warrior spirit I want to see. Delete that old code. Start fresh. No safety net. Okay. Here's your mission again clearly from scratch practice. Create a window in Python 800 by 600 pixels. Place a player image that can move with arrow keys. Place at least 5 collectible potions. Use any image or circle if you want. Add score counter, then player collects potion. Add a 30 seconds counter timer at the top right corner. When timer hits 0, the game ends automatically. Actually, I was kind of curious. Let's do this first because I did create like different screens. So I have like a lose screen if I lost and a win screen if I won. I want to show those screens as well. I might do that after this. Let me go with Control A, delete all this. Let me start up by importing Pygame again and then initializing Pygame by typing pygame.init and then drinking some water because I'm way too dehydrated. Okay, let's drink some water. Guys, I can literally feel the fatigue right now. Okay, maybe I eat something. Alright, I created FPS. Now let me go and create a display. So screen equals to pygame.display.set underscore mode. My mode is going to be, my display size is going to be 800 by 600 pixels. Okay, and then let me add a caption. So pygame.display.set underscore caption. My caption is going to be something like, I don't know. Let's see. Collect the items. Okay, and then let me go ahead and add my player underscore details. Honestly, guys, would it be funny if my sword just goes ahead and collects my my monsters? That would be funny, honestly. Let's actually try that. So, and what if I even add a background? That's by the background that I made, guys. Okay, it looks pretty childish, but there's my game potions, my game weapons. I just have 2 weapons. I gotta create more weapons. What if? Oh, I got an insane idea, guys. So my projectiles, I have my enemy projectile and my player projectile. So that's my player, that's my enemy. What if my projectiles move around the screen and attack the enemies, guys? That's actually gonna be fun. Okay, let's try that. Let's actually try that. That sounds real fun. So my player details. Honestly, I need an image, so let me just load image first. Excuse me, guys. Okay. So to load my image, let me go ahead and do something. Let's go with fire. I don't know, guys. I'm bad at naming. Fireball equals to pygame.image.load my image path. So game items, 2 forward slashes, and then this goes under my projectiles category. 2 more forward slashes. I don't know. It's called, pretty sure it's called enemy projectile. Okay, I will convert it to alpha because it's a PNG. So convert alpha. Okay, and then I will load my fireball underscore img. Okay, and then let me load my let's see, who do I want in this thing? Let's go with uh okay, let me go with my enemy. So enemy underscore image equals to pygame.image.load. I'll give my file path. So my file path is going to be game. At 2// I'll go to NPCs, 2 more // I'll go with the boss PNG. Since it is a PNG, I will convert it to alpha. There we go. Okay. And then actually, let me even load my background. Background would make it look pretty good. And I might just change this actually. Guys, I honestly feel like if it's a yellow background, a blue would look good. So I'll go with player PNG projectile, player projectile PNG. Now let me go ahead and add my background. So my background is going to be equal to pygame.image.load. Let's load in my background. So what is my background? My background is going to be my game items, 2 // my background folder, 2 more // let's go with my background, game background. I won't convert this to alpha because it's a background and not a PNG, but I will just convert it. Okay, so that's my background. Maybe add a comment that says load background. Okay, perfect. I loaded my background, I loaded my image. Now, I want it to be pixel perfect collision, so let me go ahead and create. Before I create, I'll go with transform and scale. I want to transform and scale my whatchamacallit, like my images. So to transform and scale, I will define a function called scale. Okay, and then maybe add a comma there. Inside this, I'll add two parameters. First is going to be image, second is going to be factor. My factor is going to be 0.1. Maybe I fix my typo. Alright, and then I will return something. I will return pygame.transform.scale. I want to scale my image. I want the size to be in a tuple. Maybe I fix my typo again. Alright, there we go. Okay, so my size is going to be, I want to transform my image to the size of this size. So my size is going to be my image dot get underscore width. I'll get the width of my image and then I'll multiply with my factor. Okay, and then I'll add a comma here, go to the next line and do the same thing with height. So integer my image dot get underscore height. I'll get the height of my image and then I'll multiply my height by my factor and then fix my typo. Alright, perfect. Okay, and then now let me actually transform my size. So I will reassign my fire underscore ball underscore image to be equal to, I'll invoke my scale function and add my image name. So fire underscore ball underscore image. There we go. That should scale it to be the perfect size. Let me do the same thing with my enemy underscore image. I'll set that equal to and I'll set that equal to my invoked scale function and add my parameter of my enemy underscore image. Okay, perfect. Now let me go ahead and create rect. So to create a rect, let me go with I don't know, like fire underscore ball underscore rect equals to my fire underscore ball image dot get underscore rect. So I'll get the rectangle and it's going to be located in, let's see, the top left. Okay, the position is going to be 100 by 300. And then, now if I want to convert my enemy image into rect. I want multiple enemies, so let me go ahead and add a for loop. For every underscore in my range is going to be 20. There we go. So there are going to be 20 enemies. I actually forgot to check if I got any comments. Oh my gosh, I'm glad I did. Okay, there we go. Maybe I go tab. I will do something. What will I do? So for every underscore in my range, I will create a dictionary of my enemies. So before this, I will go here and add a not comment the enemies equal to a empty list. I will go with enemy equals to a dictionary. My dictionary is going to have the coordinates for my enemy. The x-axis is going to be a random x-axis. So I will go ahead and import my random module. That's import pygame. Okay, so my x-axis is going to be random.randint somewhere around 0 and okay, I did this before. I should know what to do here. Huh. The I'm pretty sure. Okay, this shouldn't be enemy. This should be rect because this thing is to create rect. So I'm creating the rect for my enemies as well. All right, this shouldn't be 0. This should be my fireball image. Okay, and then a tuple integer. There we go. So I do the same thing that I did when creating my rect up there. Dot get underscore rect here. Okay, perfect. Let me actually go with Control Z. Delete that. Dot get rect. Go here. Do that. Okay, so I get rect. My coordinates is gonna be here, top left, there. Okay, so my top left coordinates are gonna be something like, but if I had a space, it would still be an arc. I mean, a arc. Okay, that's gonna be a tuple. Actually, just go with random. Okay, honestly, I get my rect, so random.random. So this is going to be my first one. My second one will be inside that. Okay. So okay, so I went to my fireball image. I got its rect. Alright, I think I was doing it correct. Okay, let me go with top left equals to random. Huh. Hold up. Let me delete that actually. Okay, now I just realized I don't really need to go with random inside this. I could just go with fireball. Actually, not fireball, my enemy underscore image dot get rect okay, and now inside of this I go with here my top left is going to be equal to here I add my random.randint. So random.randint is gonna be somewhere from 0, and then my enemy image, actually 100 minus my enemy underscore image dot width. There. Okay. And I do the same thing for my y-axis. Okay, now let me do the same thing for my y-axis. Maybe add a comma here. Okay, so my enemy underscore image dot get underscore rect. Okay, my parameter is going to be top left, which will be equal to random dot rand int 0, this time 600, minus my enemy underscore image dot get underscore height. Okay, perfect. Alright, there we go. Actually just hide, my bad, guys. Alright, so that's the x-axis, that's the y-axis of my rect. That's basically x-axis here, y-axis here, perfect. Next, I don't think that I'll need a width and height because did I already create? Okay, I already have a width and height of mine. Okay, I think this should be enough. Okay, one last thing. So my enemies dot append my rects. Okay, actually my enemies dot append, let's see. I gotta create a mask as well. Let me go with mask or enemy underscore mask equals to pygame dot mask dot from underscore surface. I spelled surface wrong. Okay, I want my mask surface to be my enemy underscore img. And now for my whatchamacallit, the appending. So I'll go with enemies dot append. I'll append something. What will I append? Let's see. So for rect, I will append rect. Okay, and then a comma for. Is something wrong here? Did I spell enemies wrong? Append, it's correct. Okay, let's just see. Mask is gonna be my mask or my enemy mask. Okay, let's see where was the mistake. An illegal target for a variable annotation, is that how I pronounce it? End of statement expected. Da, da, da. Pretty sure I don't gotta indent this. Okay, maybe let's try it here. Enemies that append. I can append here. Honestly, I should just append. Oh, okay. I append a dictionary. There we go. Perfect. Okay, and then let me go ahead and create mask for my players. So create mask. Maybe add a comment. There we go. Okay, so for my player's mask, I'll go with fire underscore ball underscore mask. I'll set that equal to pygame.mask.from underscore surface. My mask surface is gonna be my fire underscore ball underscore mask actually underscore image. Okay, perfect. Now let me go ahead and create a score and create scores variable. So score equals to, why did I write score up there? Change that to score. Okay, there we go. Alright, I added a scores variable. Now let me add my player velocity. This is going to be my player's velocity. My player's velocity, I'm going to create a variable called player underscore velocity, which is going to be set to 8 pixels per frame. And then let me go ahead and add my game loop. So for my game loop, I'll add a is underscore running boolean variable is set to true, and then I'll add a while loop. So while is underscore running, while my program is running, or while my is running is set to 0 FPS. So clock.tick is gonna be 60, basically 60 frames per second. I'll add a comment that says FPS, and then let me go ahead and add my event loops. So event loops, then iterate over my event loops for every events in my pygame.event get. This basically gets all my pygame events. I'll look for a specific type of event. If my event.type equals to pygame.quit, my audible, I will set my is underscore running boolean variable to be equal to false. There we go. Okay, and then I'll update my display. So I'll go with pygame dot display dot update. Honestly, I'll go with flip. Flip and update work actually the same. Then I'll go with a pygame dot quit. Okay, have Rex, have that, got everything. Now, I could add my collision detection here and just add the if statement inside. I actually might just do that. Let me add a comment that says collision detection. For my collision detection, I will create an offset underscore x axis equals to my enemy underscore rect enemies dot append. I do have to probably like iterate over my enemies. Okay, so let me iterate over my enemies. For every enemy in my enemies. Okay, now I'll add my collision detection logic. So offset underscore x-axis is going to be equal to my enemy at index of x-axis minus my player underscore rect dot x-axis. No, my enemy rect dot x. Okay, this should be my fireball. My fireball's rect dot x-axis. There we go. And then for my offset underscore y-axis, I'll set that equal to my enemy at index of rect. So this is my enemy rect dot y-axis minus my fire underscore ball underscore rect dot y-axis. And then let me add a overlap, which is going to be equal to, let's see, if my fireball underscore mask dot overlap, if my fireball mask overlaps with my enemy mask at this given offset, my offset is going to be in a tuple, which is going to be offset underscore x-axis and offset underscore y-axis enemy mask. There's my enemy mask. This should honestly be correct. Name enemy mask can be defined. Oh, most likely because this, maybe I should indent this. There we go. And then let me lubricate my lips. Oh my gosh, guys, this is so much. There we go. Okay. For every enemy in my enemy, alright, so I add the overlap. That's basically all I needed for this part. Then I'll go with if statements. So, do I have a collision variable? I do not have a collision variable. Let me create a collision. I'll set that equal to false because I haven't collided yet. Now, inside of my game loop, There we go. Let me add a screen.fill. So I'll do screen.fill. Actually, screen.blit. My background. Hey, did I transform my background though? Because if I were to run the command, type edit, image rect, line 38, there. Okay, line 38, top left random not random. Trace back. Type edit invalid rect assignment. Okay, in that case, I'll have to, whatchamacallit, delete this part. Go there. Excuse me, guys. Okay, so for my x-axis, for my rect, I mean, my rect's gonna have x-axis, which is gonna be random not random. Excuse me, guys. Random dot random. Okay, I'll need an a and a b parameter. So my a is gonna be, let's see, 0. My b is gonna be 800 minus my enemy underscore image dot get width. No, it might not be get width. So I'm pretty sure, is there like a just a width? Okay, that there we go. Okay, width. Then for my y-axis is gonna be random dot random 0 600 this time minus my enemy underscore image dot height. There we go. Maybe add a comma there. Those were the only two things I needed here. Okay. Attribute error dictionary. Okay, so now it's line 46. Okay. Line 46. The module offset x enemy at index of rect. Okay, because I didn't append it. My bad, guys. Now after this, let me go ahead and append. So enemies dot append my rect. So for my rect, I will go with. Actually, no, I did append it here. Enemies dot append. Rect. Okay. There. What if I add my collision detection logic down there? Okay, I did need like a add index colon here. Wanna check if I get the same error. Attribute error. Honestly, let me look at the reference real quick. I mean, not like reference a previous code. So, because I actually forgot how I did this part. So I had potion for range into any potion equals the. Oh, I missed the get rect. Okay, I forgot I had to add the dot get rect. Alright, my bad. Okay, so wait, it was my potion dot get rect. Okay, guys, my memory is way too bad. I just saw that. Okay, so for range into any, my potion underscore rect. Okay, I just have a random. I mean, this could be named anything. So potion underscore rect is going to be equal to. Okay, equal to potion dot image dot get rect. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, so potion underscore image. Don't I have a potion image here? I'm pretty sure I do. Okay, I mean it's not called potion image. It's called fireball image. Actually my enemy image. So this should be my enemy rect. Enemy rect. This is gonna be my enemy image. Okay, and then I'll get dot get underscore rect. Okay, there we go. This was the part that I was messing up in. So random dot random. Okay, so random dot random. Let me add my parameters in here. So my parameters is gonna be 0. The second one's gonna be 800 minus my uh enemy underscore image dot get rect. Is that? Okay, so enemy underscore image dot get, or it's just dot rect. Actually, it's dot width. My bad. Okay, and then outside I go with the. Although I did need to add like a top. Okay, there's like a tiny detail that I missed. This is going to be in my top left corner, which is going to be equal to a tuple. Tuple's going to end here. Okay, and then a comma, random dot rand int 0600 minus my enemy underscore image dot height. Okay, then now when I append, so rect is going to be my enemy rect. Okay, perfect. Now I shouldn't get an error when I run the command. Type error unhashable type pygame.rect.rect. Huh. Okay, add player velocity. Honestly, in that case, it's probably because of this. Okay, what happens if I run it now? Did I do like a typo? Dot get rect, line 37. I'm pretty sure I did a typo. Enemy underscore image dot get rect. Did I add the these things correctly? Okay, so so potion under excuse me guys. Potion underscore rect, which is the same as my enemy underscore rect. Potion underscore image dot get rect, so it's gonna be random to random 0800 minus potion image dot width. Okay, I did the same exact thing. Then a random dot rand int 0600 minus my enemy underscore image dot height. I did that. Honestly, I think I know where I messed up. Hold up. It starts there. Why does... Okay, that has that. Okay. Potion underscore rect. By potion underscore rect shouldn't be a... This is literally not a dictionary. That's a dictionary. Okay, now if I run the command. There we go. Honestly, I don't take credit for this question because I did have to look at the reference because of this tiny mess up, because I did kind of forget how do you do this. Although I do remember it now. I'll remember this now. Okay, I do gotta transform my background as well. So let me go to my background page where I loaded my background. Let me go with bg equals to pygame dot transform dot scale. I want to scale my background to be 800. Actually, I want to scale my background to be a tuple, my bg to be a tuple of 800 by 600. My display size. Now if I run the command, there you go. It's like a glove. Okay. And now after I blended my background, let me go ahead and add my player underscore, actually just player movement. For my player movement, I'll create a keys variable set that equal to pygame.key.get underscore pressed. Okay, let me fix my typo again. There we go. Okay, perfect. Alright, so let me add in a statement. If my keys at index of pygame.k is right, if my right key is pressed, I will do something. I will increase my player, my fireball underscore rect by my player velocity. That doesn't even make sense. My ball velocity. Uh, Fireball. There we go. That's such a big word though. Okay, by my fireball velocity. And if my keys at index of pygame.key is left, if my left key is pressed, I will decrease my fire underscore ball underscore rex x-axis by my fire underscore ball underscore velocity. And if my keys at index of pygame.key is up, if my top key is pressed, I will decrease my fire underscore ball underscore rect dot y-axis, my fireball's y-axis by my fireball's velocity. And lastly, if my keys at index of pygame.key is down, if my bottom key is pressed, I will increase my fire underscore ball underscore rect dot y-axis. I will increase it by my fireball velocity. Okay, perfection, guys. Dot. Alright, and then let me trap my player in my window now. So I'll add a comment that says trap player in window. To trap my player in window, let me go ahead and go with my actually trap my fireball in window. So fire underscore ball underscore rect dot x-axis is gonna be equal to max, which is gonna be 0, min, which is gonna be, let's see, the there, there, there. Okay, this is gonna be my fireball. I'm so used to writing players. So fire underscore ball underscore rect dot x-axis comma 800 my window size minus my fire underscore ball underscore rect dot width. Okay, and then let me do the same thing for the y-axis. So fire underscore ball underscore image underscore rect, I mean my bad guys, dot y-axis is going to be equal to max, which is going to be 0, min, which is going to be fire underscore ball underscore rect dot y-axis comma 600 my vertical window size minus my fire underscore ball underscore rect dot height. Okay, that traps my player in. Now let me go ahead and add my collision detection logic. So collision detection logic. Okay, for my collision detection logic, let me actually go ahead and let's see, add my offsets. But before I add my offsets, let me iterate over my what's it called, enemies list. Iterate over my list of enemies. Yep. Okay, so for every enemy in my list of enemies, at index of comma, at index of colon, because I will want to delete stuff, so this is like a copy. All right, for every enemy in my enemies, Okay, mic testing, mic testing. Okay, guys, I don't know for how long was I not audible. That's like my worst nightmare. My mic. I usually always check it when I check it. My mic is basically like working. The only time I don't check it, it stops working. I gotta later see for how long was I not audible. And guys, I feel like this stream is like way too boring. I made this stream way too boring. Next stream, I gotta probably work a bit more. Okay. Screen dot blitz. Let me honestly like check. Because I feel like my logic and everything is correctish. So, trap player and window collision detection. Okay, I have this part correct. My mask part is correct, and then screen dot blitz, potion image. Okay, that part's correct. If not overlap. Okay, so I might have to add here this in that case. So I'll go here and add my enemies at index of actually. Oh, I see where I was messing up. So enemy dot remove. It's not index. Enemy dot remove my enemy. Okay, perfect. There we go. Okay, that was a pretty silly mistake. Now, it honestly still doesn't remove. Did I like mess up in my actual game logics? Let me check. Collision detection is kind of perfect. Okay. For position, enemies is honestly right here, right? Okay, so there's my enemies that I appended it in. Huh. Okay, what happens if I like kinda indent this? I know that wouldn't make a difference. Uh, did I mess something up? Unexpected indent on line 77. Oh. Okay, I knew that it wouldn't make any sense. Alright, let's see where I messed up. So, okay, so I transformed my image. So I loaded my background to transform my image. I created a rect. Maybe my mask should actually just go here. There. But then that gets me this. Okay, let's see. Create masks. So I do create. Okay, so I do create masks for both. And then I go with potion underscore mask. I already had a potion underscore mask. Oh, I didn't surface them. Did I go with from surface? Okay, I did surface them. There we go. Okay, and then did I need it twice? Like, does that make a difference if I have it twice? Okay, it doesn't. Honestly, let me go with Control A, Control C, get Sensei here. Paste it at a bunch of space and say Sensei. I messed up. Good, you messed up. That means you're learning, but listen carefully, Vivek. Your mission was different and you drifted into old habits. Okay, here's where you went wrong. You used enemies instead of potions. The challenge was collectibles, not enemies. No score counter or timer. Those were part of the condition. Here's what to do next time. Let me actually say, Sensei, I actually created another program code, or I create another code of my own where a fireball hits or collides where a fireball collides with the enemy and the enemy disappears. Excuse me, guys. But the code didn't seem to work. Exclamation at a bunch of space. Here's the code. Good, you tried something harder, but you messed up. I'm going to show you why it failed. Your mistake in your code. Screen.blit PG is wrong. It needs a position, okay? Your collection of flag is broken. Inside your overlap, you do enemies dot remove enemy collision equals false. That means even when a collision happens, you immediately reset it so your logic fails. Huh. Did I have it false here? Oh shoot, I had it false. Yeah guys, I'm really exhausted. Okay, if I run the command, there we go. Okay, now that makes sense. I was like, why was I messing up? Okay, I should have checked that on my own. Oh my gosh. Okay, now let me. I wouldn't say I did everything on my own, but I did learn a new part of this. Let me actually go ahead and use my scores now. So, if I recall properly, let me add a font which equals to pygame.pygame. I mean pygame.font dot capitalized font. My font type is going to be none, which is default font of pygame. My size is going to be 35. Okay, and then when I inside of my uh, collision, okay, under my enemies dot remove, I will add a collision text. So actually, score underscore text, which is going to be equal to, let's see, I added a font, right? So my font variable. Okay, now I guess I blit it. Let me check. So I can go with screen.blit. Okay, I want to blit my score text, score underscore text, at the location of 10 and 10. Excuse me, guys. Okay, so my score text doesn't work. What if I go with font? Okay. Let's say. Okay, honestly, I didn't want to see. I did kind of fix that, but I forgot where I had to add my fonts. So okay, so I did have a potions variable. I created masks. I don't think I had a font here, right? Okay, I didn't. Okay, so font equals to font.font none36 to that part. Score plus equals to 1, and then score text font.render. Okay, I forgot about the dot render function, and then I need the parameters of my score, a true and 255. That's for white. Okay. Alright, I see. Alright, so let me go here. Instead of adding this, I could go with score plus equals to 1. And then in my graphics area, I go with score underscore text equals to font dot render. So I need a self parameter, a text, or actually my self is going to be this. I need a text, a antalysis, is that how I pronounce it? That's going to be set to true, color, background color. Okay, I wouldn't need all that. I'll just need my font, so I'll need a text. I'll add an f string, score equals to, or just score is going to be my score. And then outside I'll go with true and a color. My color is going to be white, so 255 by 255 by 255. There we go. And then let me blitz my score text. Okay, now if I run the command, there's my score text. My score is 0, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 15. There we go. What if I wanted to add this in the center of the screen? So I could make this, I could keep this something like 300. Maybe 400 because my display size and window size is 800. That's way too there. What about 350? Okay, that honestly looks pretty good. And maybe increase my size a bit more than 35. I'll change this to like 50. Okay, that's good. A bit more to the left though. So 300 is pretty good. Let's go with 300. There, that looks perfect. That changes. The okay. And just curious, what if I just changed my file path from player projectile to enemy projectile? It wouldn't make a big difference. Okay, just change it to my enemy projectile. That looks perfect. Okay. What if I change this to change this whole thing and go to actually game weapons. Game weapons, do forward slashes, and my sword. This changes to my sword. Actually, shield would look much better. Okay, let's go with shield. Perfect. Okay, now if I run the command, did it change to shield? Okay, there we go. Okay, that honestly looks pretty good. Alright, perfect. Although I would want to work a bit more with this, but guys, right now I gotta go and do some of my college studying. That's the reason I was kind of dead today, because yesterday at night I've been studying. Today morning as well I was doing a little more college studying, making my thumbnails and everything, plus recording a YouTube video. So I might have to end the stream right now. I will do some more practice off stream. Let me actually just go here. To the main camera. Alright guys, so that's honestly basically it for this stream. I wanted to go longer, but I do got a lot more stuff to do. That aside, if you guys enjoyed the stream, don't forget to like, share, subscribe, like helps in my algorithm, sharing makes me smile, and subscribing is like a cherry on top. I'll catch you guys in the next live stream or video. Peace!